Hello. Hold on. Is that better? Hello, hello? Hopefully things aren't doubling. I forgot to double check. Hold on. So let me just double check real quick. I'm pretty sure nothing should be doubled. Okay, I think we're good. Hello to Kyo. Welcome in. Hello to LJ. Hello, MT. LJ says, I just played a game that will almost certainly make you cry. Well, I mean, almost everything makes me cry, so no surprise there. Hope you're enjoying your holidays. I love the card, BTW. It was awesome. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you enjoyed the card. I believe you were one of the ones that got the digital card, if I'm not mistaken, so that got sent to you on Friday. For those of you who got a physical card, I do know that there are a few people who have received their cards now. And then so I know as far as New York, people have received their cards. So maybe the international ones will be coming next week. I'm gonna just, or this week, I'm just gonna cross my fingers that that's the case. Hopefully people will be updating in the Discord or messaging me to let me know that they've received their card. A game about a dog searching the afterlife for its owner. Yeah, I can't play that. I will literally cry. I got my card before Christmas. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad. Just wanted to wish you a happy holidays because you rock. Oh, thank you, Kyo. I hope everybody enjoyed their Christmas or their holiday season. I had a fun time with some friends and family. It was like two separate, friends and then family. But yeah, I had a ton of fun. I'm ready for me to not leave the house. I'm probably still leaving the house on Friday. But other than that, I don't have work this week except for Wednesday. So that's why my streaming schedule is a little different. I'm not working, I'm here. I'm here for Pain. Hello, Abby, welcome in. Yes, we are going to be watching the Drakengard Clemps videos. What a timing, and my phone is 80% charged. Good evening. Hello, Kugisa, it's been so long. I hope, Abby, Kugisa, that you guys have also had a happy holiday season. Hello, hello, show, welcome in. Yeah, so I'm not working this week except for Wednesday, so I'm probably going to be streaming at a different time. I like actually streaming in the afternoon versus streaming in the evening, but obviously full-time job and all that. So yeah, but okay, the long-awaited drum roll. Clemps videos. I did get approval to screen these. I emailed Luke or Clemps or whatever, and he said, yes, totally fine, as long as you check them, because I think they do not meet Twitch TOS standards. And I was like, I don't know. Maybe it'll be okay, because I haven't watched these. I don't know what's in them. I'm afraid I can't stick around, but nice to see you all, and I'll see you all next time. Good night, LJ. I hope you have a good evening. I will see you next time. Bye. It's 9 a.m. I'm normally dying at work right now. They mostly meet Twitch TOS. I don't know. He emailed me back. He was like, yeah, totally cool. You can use the videos. Just maybe screen them, because I don't think some of the scenes meet Twitch TOS. And I was like, okay. And then I did not screen them. So I didn't ask anybody else to screen them either. So we'll see how this goes. Thank you for tucking LJ in, show. Okay, without further ado, let's get into the videos, because it's okay, time to gamble. Because I'm excited about this. Then we'll finally figure out, why the world of NieR is so fucked up. I think it's this one. This is the scene. Here we go. I will eventually have to sign off too. I'm going to see the new Avatar movie with my family later. I heard it wasn't that good, but you should let us know if it's good or not. Anyways, okay. let's watch the video. Let me turn off the music. Hold on. How do I do that? There we go. Hopefully the video audio is not too loud. Let's see. Bless, this is my childhood. Is the video big enough for you guys? Do you think this is big enough? Should I like try to make it larger? Feel like maybe I should move this a little bit. Maybe I should move this. Nope, that's a bad place to move it. That didn't look good. Okay. Let's just leave it there. Okay. Watched it enough times to see the video with my eyes closed. Don't mind me. Abby. Yep, it is okay. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Kugisa and Abby, for confirming. Let's do it then.
Drakengard, what a weird little game you are. Now I know I may have spoiled it in my last video, but this game is one of my personal favourites. A game that fits nicely up there with Final Fantasy IX, but the question is, why? If you've heard anything about Drakengard, it tends to be about how boring the gameplay is or how repetitive it is to play, making the overall experience a bit of a chore. You may have also heard about the story and how batshit insane it is, so to summarise it briefly before I go into detail.
Ew, gross.
The main reason I wanted to revisit this title was due to the announcement of NieR Automata, a brand new addition to the Drakengard timeline directed by Yoko Taro and Platinum Games. Who's Yoko Taro, I hear you cry? Well, for all of you meme smiths out there, it's Weird Skeleton Man from Square Enix's 2015 E3 conference. Yoko Taro has a bit of a reputation within the
Is he
industry as someone
edible?
who isn't afraid to cross boundaries and mess with the player's head, and to a lesser extent his development team. His main goal for Drakengard was to create a story that didn't hand you a happy ending for slaughtering hundreds, if not thousands of soldiers. The game was originally meant to be an ace combat with dragons kind of game till Dynasty Warriors 2 came out and gained massive popularity in Japan, causing them to push for this kind of gameplay as well, which took Taro by complete surprise. According to an interview, Taro was quoted saying that Drakengard wouldn't have stood a chance against Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy if the characters were too normal, and I can safely say he succeeded in making most of them abnormal. Something that I took away from my return to the Drakengard series was Taro's love for making characters with a defining trait that makes them somewhat ostracized or unique in a video game setting. You'll find this becomes a pattern in each addition to the series, including NieR and I'm guessing NieR
Hello,
Automata.
son. Welcome
Touching a little on
in.
the gameplay, I can't really say too much about the ground combat. I'll sum it up quickly in one short.
Real quick. Hello, son. I hope you're having a good day today. We are watching some Drakengard. How do you say that? Is it Drakengard? He says Drakengard. Because it's Drake, right? Like a dragon. We're watching the Drakengard analysis videos with Clemps. I hope you had a happy holidays. I'm glad to see you're finally here. I told you there'd always be a stream after, and the day after that, and the day after that. Dragoon is the correct form of this series. Wait, then where did the name Drakengard come from? The westernized version. Oh, okay. Is it Dragoon? Like dragon? Hello, Apple. Welcome. I hope you're having a good week. Happy holidays. I hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, hello. We are watching the analysis video, so I'm just going, oh, Dragoon. Okay, I see. Christmas was good. It was very unexpected that I had to stay longer, but we're back and we're finally understanding why the world of NieR is so fucked up. So join me. Drakengard was just to give it an edgy name to market in the Western markets. How was your Christmas, Apple? I hope you had a good one.
Short, easy to understand clip.
Also, is the volume okay, you guys? Just let me know if it needs to be higher. Higurashi manga? Oh, how cool. Isn't this Final Fantasy music?
The aerial combat is where Drakengard shines in the gameplay department. During these segments, you'll control a dragon whose main goal is to shoot down enemy minions and airships. The dragon feels like it has some weight behind it, and although it takes a while to get used to it, I found myself enjoying these the most. Maybe it's because there's more going on than mashing the square button till enough dudes fall down. Speaking of dudes, you'll find that if you want to unlock every ending to the game, of which there are 5, you'll be killing a lot of them. You'll need to kill dudes to unlock secret weapons, which you'll need to kill more dudes in order to unlock more secret weapons, which you'll need for the final ending, in which you kill dudes.
Just like
Those of you who
NieR.
know vaguely about the Drakengard timeline will know that ending E was originally a joke idea, which is a rip off the Evangelion ending. However, this ending is what eventually birthed the NieR franchise. So for the rest of the video, I'll try to explain the basic plot and characters leading up to the events that trigger the endings. It's also the first time I'll be splitting my videos in 2. Firstly, it gets content out faster for you guys, and second, it gives me a little more time to focus on writing about all 5 endings and why the game means so much to me. So without further ado, let's get started.
So we should focus on ending
drag
E.
on for too long. Drakengard takes place in a fantasy world called Midgard and is protected from an otherworldly force by 4 seals: the seal of the desert, ocean, forest, and the seal of the goddess, Furiae. A mysterious cult has taken hold of the Empire, enslaving thousands of soldiers to become a mindless, red-eyed hive mind with one goal: to destroy the seals, allowing these otherworldly beings into their dimension to cause a ruckus.
Hello,
The game starts with our main
LTK.
character, Kaim, fighting a
6511.
battle against
Welcome,
the Empire
welcome.
with his army, the Union.
Wait.
Kaim will be our main character, who brings an interesting twist on the
Red
silent protagonist.
Eyes?
Show no mercy. Attack!
But Clemps, I thought you said he was a silent protagonist. Spoilers. Behind you! So being a big dum-dum, Kaim gets mortally wounded and rushes to the castle after realising his sister, Furiae, the seal, is in danger. He murders his way into the castle gates and meets up with our second main character, the Red Dragon. Despite their differences, Kaim and the dragon have to make a pact in order to survive.
Was there
In
something
the
about a
Drakengard
red
universe,
dragon?
humans and beasts can make something called a pact in order to fuse their life force together, essentially becoming a single entity, enhancing both of their strength and being able to speak telepathically via thought. It comes with a downside, however, as the humans need to lose something precious in order to obtain inhuman.
Sorry. Hello. Your hands look cursed. Hello, Abaddon. Welcome in. And also is it LTK? Thank you for the first time chat. Welcome in. Abaddon, yes, I'm sorry. My hands look a little cursed. These were the only keyboard and mouse images I could find on such short notice. But okay, so first of all, the first thing I noticed was obviously the red eyes, because I think they said in NieR the when the salt, what was it? The salt, was it salt? Like they would turn into, was it salt pillars or something? And they would have red eyes, like armies of red eyes that would like white chlorination. Yes, white chlorination syndrome. Why did I think it was salt? Maybe I don't know. And also, wasn't there like that old man in the library said something about like a red dragon flying in the sky? Because they turned into salt pillars. So you're not wrong. Oh, okay. Didn't even notice the hand. Sneaky bugger. Hope you're having a good afternoon, evening, Abaddon. Thank you so much for the resubscribe. 9 months! It's a baby! It's a baby! Okay, alright, hold on. We're gonna keep watching this now. Sorry.
Strength. Pacts are always something that confused me, and the logic can sometimes be a little strange, as one of the endings shows. So, can a human make a pact with any beast? Are these things supposed to be the individual souls? Can you just reach into your body and drag it out for show and tell at any given opportunity? Can you walk up to a dog and be all, "Hey, Buster, wanna be pact partners?"
Yes.
Okay. Ah well, slight plot inconvenience for the sake of the video game, I get it. After forging a pact with the dragon, the pact takes away his ability to speak, turning him into the violent mute we've all come to know and love. He also gets a sick nasty pact
Ew.
emblem on his tongue to physically show what part of his body he had to sell in order to obtain power. Kaim and his new lady friend take off to annihilate the Empire forces that govern the skies, which they succeed in doing, via murder.
Logic
Shortly
virus,
after bathing
you're
in
right.
the blood of a few hundred soldiers, we're properly introduced to Kaim's sister
Red
and his childhood
eyes.
friend Inuart, who's a naturally talented musician. Furiae and Inuart were originally supposed to be husband and wife before Furiae became the goddess of the seal, which is why he's so adamant to protect her. "Stay away from Furiae," he says whilst throwing him in her general direction. God damn it, Inuart, you're so fucking stupid.
Kaim, It's enough. He's dead. Perhaps we should celebrate. The usual song?
Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with red. Tell me why I so need a cute girl my age.
Inuart proposes the party head to the elf village as the castle is no longer safe. Man, sure hope everything's gonna go smoothly. Oh no.
Oh, Furia.
Yes, it's okay. I'm too
You must
small for them to
forgive
ding me, right?
I'm
Hopefully.
not strong enough to protect you.
Two songs. They call me.
Songs. I pray for strength.
Next, the dragon hears a character named Hierarch Verdelay reaching out to a pact partner telepathically to bring the goddess to him for safety. So I guess pact partners can also communicate with other pact partners via thought. I mean, sure, I guess. Verdelay is a holy priest of the seal who made a pact with a dragon back in the day.
He had to
Although
give up
now
his
it's
hair.
petrified, meaning he's pretty much useless in combat.
Right?
He sacrificed his hair as a pact price, and compared to some of the other shit
That's
he's had to
right.
give up, I'd say he picked the winning straw. After speaking to a dying elf, Kaim learns that a bunch of hostages have been ferried away to a shrine of the Watchers. Inuart and Furiai take off to the desert shrine, whereas Kaim decides to split off from the main group to do a bit of heroism. Through murder, Kaim finds out that the kidnapped elves have been taken elsewhere. Well, the dragon kind of assumes this, and I guess we're just going to go along with it. Next, we're introduced to Leonard, one of the more controversial characters within the Drakengard series. Although it's not directly stated in the game, and the comments regarding it are pretty ambiguous, Yoko Taro admitted that Leonard was indeed a paedophile and was off jerking it to little boys whilst his brothers were murdered.
Um.
What do I say?
Uh-oh.
Oh god, I'm in trouble. Dipsy, Lala, Poe. Leonard, broken and racked with guilt over his actions that caused him to be away from his family, attempts suicide but ultimately caves into his own fears and
Okay, we're just gonna ignore that for a second. Hello Tiny, welcome in. Thank you for the resubscribe of 8 months. I appreciate you. Did you get your card in the mail? I know some people in New York have gotten it, so I wonder if you have gotten it where you are. Interesting. Okay. Gonna press play. Oh, Abby! Thank you so much for gifting us up to Sun. Thank you so much. Oh, I love you guys. Thank you.
drops the knife. It's then that we're introduced to one of the worst characters in the game.
Your sorry, pitiful little brothers, dead on the ground. What fun! What fun!
What motivated you to make a pact with this? So he decides to make a pact with a random fairy that came to torment him for no good reason other than it's a sadistic little prick, which takes away his sight, rendering him blind. When you've unlocked Leonard, you can play through his story segment, which is filled with, you guessed it, little boys.
More boys. Okay, hold on. Hello, Bishop. Hello. Let me go run outside and look real quick. My internet is poop right now. Gotcha. Bishop, I hope you're having a good week. I hope your weekend was well. What happened? Oh, definitely not evil Tinkerbell. You know, it kind of reminded me. Yeah, you're right, because of the green. You're right, you're right.
Kaim, please, no more. We cannot.
Gross.
Help us! No!
They are so powerless. Yet your sword spares none. Your heart is black.
Help me.
Kaim, still you offer no mercy.
Anywho, the dragon reveals that Inuart was basically the coolest guy ever and saved Furiai and Verdelay from the Empire. By the way, I'm lying. Sort yourself out, you plum.
Kaim,
A girl touched me.
thank goodness you're safe. I will be safe. I am a goddess after all.
No, the Empire are after you because you're the goddess. Don't bullshit me, you rascal. Kaim heads to the Empire prison and succeeds in rescuing Verdelay, and it's clear that Inuart's being held in another location, so for the time being they have to give up on their search. However, the Empire have a much more nefarious plan when it comes to Inuart.
If only I had more strength, then I could protect Furiae.
Is he
Oh,
gonna be
look, it's
evil?
Shadow the Hedgehog. My
Oh.
one true love.
Probably.
All mine. Furiae, all mine.
Shadow, come on, buddy.
If she ceases to be a goddess, can she become a woman again?
Oh.
If only I had the strength.
Red eyes. Wait, why? So. Why
The
are
dragon
their
drops
eyes
them back
turning
off of the
red?
desert, only to find the seal has been broken.
Uh-oh.
The gang eventually hear the voice of our third main character, Ariosh, an elf woman who was driven to madness when she saw her family being slaughtered by Empire forces. Ariosh made a pact of two elementals named Undine and Salamander, sacrificing her womb and the ability to conceive. This either contributes or is a defining factor that leads her to eating her victims, especially
Ew.
children, possibly to put
Ew.
a child back inside of her again. Same as Leonard, when you
Ew.
unlock Ariosh, you can play through her story-specific level.
What? Ew, gross. There's a manga post Drakengard 3 that explains why Red Eye, timeline-wise, is actually 3-1 NieR Automata. Ariosh was amazing. Ew, she's so gross. What? Eating her victims? For reasons that will not be repeated? Oh, that's disgusting.
Which lead you to the Seal of the Ocean, where things aren't going swimmingly.
The children. Ariosh, what have you done?
So sweet.
Ew.
So sweet. The cute little children.
Oh, Ariosh.
Oh,
and
gross.
the seal is broken here too. I fucked up again. Upon arriving back with Furiae, NieR appears with his new pact partner, a black dragon. He admits trading his ability to
This
sing or
gas
create
was hella
songs in order to
fucked.
obtain the strength he needs to protect Furiae. Sadly, this has also come at the price of his
Kurgisa says we just started and already ewing. Okay, but to be fair, who do we have in our group? We have this man who has traded his voice for immense dragon power, right? Then we have his... Was his sister? I forgot. This girl who's a goddess, who's a seal. Then we have a pedophile. Then we have a baby killer. So, wow, these are all. I don't know about the goddess lady, right? She seems kind of normal, but the rest of them seem all sorts of fucked up.
free will, as the Empire are wearing him from the inside like a glove. Inuart is all, hand me Furiae, and Kaim is all, so they clash as enemies for the first time in a super hype sword fight, and the dragon faces off against Inuart's pack beast. Inuart wins,
Just
hands
wait
down,
about
leaves the
Furiae?
red dragon critically injured, as Kaim recognizes the black dragon as the
Okay.
same one that murdered his mother and father, causing him to foolishly rush out and force the red dragon to defend him. Inuart decides to crank up the creeper level to max and then leaves the scene of my favourite line of the game.
Welcome to a world without song.
Gross. Alright, just sexually assault people, why don't you? Normal isn't present in my childhood.
After Inuart leaves, Verdele drops a bombshell and explains that if all of the seals are broken, the seeds of resurrection will be sown across the land. What are the seeds of resurrection? What purpose do they hold? I'll explain them all in due time. Finally, the goddess's capture gives the party enough motivation to storm the Imperial lands to retrieve her personally, and find some new allies along the way. Oh, cool! Wait, no, I take it back. Not cool. No.
Wait, why?
This young boy,
Gross.
named
Gross.
Sere, is an orphan whose parents were some of the many victims of the Empire attacks. A wandering golem found Sere
Okay,
alone
Sere.
and taking pity on him, sealed a pact. Sere gave up his time, meaning he'll never die of old age, forever remaining an immortal child.
Okay.
He's also my least liked character in Drakengard. Seems I share this opinion with Yoko Taro, who claims Sere is too much of a goody two-shoes to fit in with the universe. He was created to contrast the party of miserable individuals we've come to know, but he somehow ends up being insufferable to me.
But I love goody two-shoe characters.
I'll kiss you and then you'll wake up, right?
Kill me if you desire, but you can never turn dirty my soul.
I hate this kid with a passion.
Now before I jump into Seri's part of the story, I thought I'd explain something briefly. You'll notice that in this particular scene, Seri isn't here, whereas in this exact same scene, he is. The explanation for this is the endings to Drakengard and the process you need to do in order to unlock them. For most of the characters, you'll need to revisit older chapters to have them as backup, and for the first ending, you won't be getting Seri at all. Does that sound awkward? Yeah, it kind of is. Right, now we can tackle Seri and his involvement in the plot. Seri has a twin sister called Mana, who his mother despised for an unsaid reason. She would claim that she loved Seri and only Seri, eventually leading Mana into the mountains and abandoning her. Despite having much more pressing matters in hand like the end of the fucking world, Kaim and crew decide to help this little Melvin out.
Stay back from there.
Oh my god.
Seri!
A spell of possession. A wizard must be hiding nearby.
Hit him! Golem, you have one chance and you're missing it. Hit him!
Uh-oh.
My friend.
Oh, you fucking blew it.
Seri?
Finally, after rescuing the little squit, the fairies of the forest release a death cry meaning only one thing. The third seal has been broken, which leaves Furii as the last remaining barrier between this world and the unknown. Kaim and the dragon rush to the Union's aid, take down the man-made Cyclopses and manage to secure victory.
Via murder!
Ah, I see.
After a
It's
grueling
always
battle,
murder.
it seems like the Union has won and spirits are high. But this is Drakengard, where no one is allowed a happy ending.
I feel like... So is this where kind of like the no happy endings came from? Was this game? Because NieR Replicant didn't really have like a happy ending. Automata, I guess it kind of did in ending E. This is Drakengard. It's basically my favorite phase. Okay, the music sounds really similar to music in Replicant. Like that song that just played, like right there. Hold on, let's back up a little bit.
Hey everyone, thanks for
Yeah, that sounds kind of like Replicant music. Both NieR games had technically happy endings, as that's what the characters wanted. Drakengard had endings nobody wants. That was a Replicant soundtrack. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, my ears still work, I guess. That's what I was trying to say. My ears still work. Okay. Is the frame, like, the frame that I chose, is it too in the way? I realized just now I was looking at it and I was like, it's kind of taking up a lot of space on the screen. Maybe I should turn the frame off. What if I just... Yeah, maybe it was just taking up too much space. I'm just gonna turn it off. Okay. I should have made it like maybe smaller or something. It's too thick. Okay, so I do have part 2 queued up right here. We do need to turn the volume up, so hopefully it's not too loud here. Okay. Are we doing Drakengard 3 Clemps video too? Okay, so what I've loaded up, because I didn't realize, you said it was 3, 1, and then Replicant, right? So I actually have queued up 1, 2, 3, and then NieR as well, but you skipped over 2. So does 2 not, like, 2 is the English. 2 doesn't exist. 2 doesn't exist. I see. Okay, we can skip over 2. Yes, we can go straight into 3 after we finish this one. I do have a lot of videos queued up because, you know, I want to learn more about the series. So yeah, here we go.
If you haven't watched part 1 already, click on this link to check it out. So I left you all with a pretty cruel cliffhanger, as the Empire were just plain naughty and dropped some fucking magical nukes which inevitably sealed their victory.
Lore.
If you wanted a clear example of the Empire forces being a brainwashed hive mind, the fact that they're almost proud to die is a good example of that. They're disposable. Whoever's in charge sees them only as a tool to achieve its goal. A goal which is becoming closer to reality the more our heroes
My entire morning is shot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Abby.
It's at this point in the game where shit starts getting serious, if this wasn't serious enough.
I hope you enjoy your
Inuart
time
wants
here.
to destroy Kaim with permission from the mysterious priestess, who looks suspiciously like Sere. And Furiai is waking up from having an apparent sleepy. Wow,
His
Inuart,
sister?
I had the weirdest dream. I was useful for a second, but then I woke up. Here we are. Pull the stick out of your ass. Instead of fighting Inuart on the ground, we're going to be fighting him with the dragon instead, and I really start to pity the poor voice actor, because some of the delivery is, well, let me show you.
Furiai! 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 Furiai!
Is this really part of the game?
I really hope you're getting paid well for that, mate, because fuck me. The Red Dragon uses the rising winds to follow Inuart into the massive flying fortress that bombed the ever-loving shit out of us earlier. When we finally find a way to break inside, Kaim does what Kaim does best as he feverishly attempts to save his sister.
Murder.
Climb.
Uh-oh.
However, it appears that in this ending, we're too late, as Furiai was apparently killed off screen by Sere's twin sister, Mana, aka the Priestess of the Watchers. The Red Dragon announces that the seeds of resurrection have been sown, and the end of the world is looming. Inuart, noticing that something is wrong, pushes his way to Furiai's side. The sight of her lifeless body snaps him out of his trance, and we're led to assume that by the twin voices,
Write not the Watchers, sculpt not the Watchers.
Mana is possessed by the Watchers. This next scene, man,
What are the
I don't know whether to laugh or
Watchers?
cry.
Did I kill you?
Did they ever explain what the Watchers was? Except the only thing I remember from like 20 minutes ago was it's some kind of cult. And then also this little girl has red eyes. Is this related? Is this all related? Are they all connected to each other? You'll even get to see the Watchers? Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Okay. I just have to be patient.
Fun. The Watchers dance. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. The Watchers, they dance.
Is that Inuart crying?
Speak
Oh god.
not the Watchers. Draw not the Watchers.
Hey, Ooh, I'm gonna call you.
Oh, I see.
Inuart is broken, emotionally and mentally. He carries Furiai's lifeless body to do the unthinkable. He wants to put Furiai inside a seed of resurrection. Inuart believes that by placing Furiai inside one of the seeds, it'll do what its name implies and bring her back
Resurrect
to
her?
life. However, the seeds are not only called the Seeds of Resurrection, as the Red Dragon states. They are also known as the Seeds of Destruction. So as
Oh.
I'm sure you're aware, we don't exactly want Inuart to place a human corpse inside something called the Seeds of fucking Destruction. So we fight him in the air for a second time. This is the fight that you'll be repeating a lot if you want to hit that 100% mark, so you should probably get used to this line.
Die, die, die! Die, die, die! Die, die, die! Die, die!
After defeating Inuart, he manages to escape to an unknown location, which
Fun fact, when Adam turns black in Route A and B of Automata, he has a Watcher's tattoo on his chest. No card yet? Oh, I'm sorry, Tiny. Okay, well hopefully it comes this week. That would be sad if somehow it got lost in the mail. Just let me know. I have a whole bunch of extras in case it gets lost.
leads us onto a clear-cut course for ending A, the anguish of an unsmiling Watcher. Kaim is pissed, and rightfully so. I mean, his sister kind of flopped over like a bag of shit, so who can blame the guy? We descend into the destroyed Empire City, and we're given an important boss battle which highlights just how close the dragon and Kaim have gotten since the beginning of their journey. The creature flying before Kaim and the Red Dragon is a worm. A dragon so ancient that to engage in combat with it as a member of the Draconoid species would be seen as a grave sin. With a little encouragement from Kaim, the Red Dragon decides to test just how powerful she's become and faces the worm head on. After a grueling battle, we down it for good, making the Red Dragon an extremely powerful member of her race, which not only boosts her pride, she also finds respect or even affection for Kaim.
It is nothing. It is you who should take care.
Aww.
Upon reaching Mana, you'll notice that Leonard, Ariosh and Sere aren't here with Kaim and Verdele. Well, for the time being, whenever you don't see these three in a cutscene, you're just gonna have to assume that they don't need to be unlocked yet for the endings they're canon to. Kaim is ready to smash the little twerp's head in, but Verdele is all and does some crazy Harry Potter shit, which causes Mana to roll the clip.
Pathetic. Pathetic.
Oh my god, getting bigger?
From there!
This is the final boss to Ending A.
Oh.
Mana is being fueled by the power of the Watchers to grow to an inhuman size, and I'm sure you can imagine what would happen if we just left her like this. Okay, due to these videos being about the story, I've rarely had the chance to touch on the gameplay, and since these are the final bosses, I thought it would be an idea to spill a little detail on them.
I am the
Like how this
Senate.
boss is total horseshit and most of the deaths come from this.
Oh.
As I mentioned in part 1, the dragon feels like it has some weight to it, which makes avoiding these a fucking pain.
Oh,
if
I
you're
see.
lucky, you can down her in a ridiculously short amount of time, but I'm gonna wager you'll be dying a few times before you see this screen pop up. Or maybe I'm just bad at video games.
Gross.
Yeah, there's also that.
Gross.
Eventually, as video games go, we beat Mana and she reverts back to her natural form. It would appear that she's returned to normal, although the influence of the Watchers is still there to a certain extent. Okay, hear me out here. I kind of feel sorry for this character. This little girl is asking to be killed because the weight of her crimes are finally hitting home. Crimes that she very well may have not committed consciously, and she did it all because her mother didn't love her, causing her to become extremely emotionally fragile, eventually hearing the voice of the Watchers who tricked her into becoming their tool for bloodshed and war.
Whoppity whop! Kill little Mana!
I take it back. Kill her dead.
The Red Dragon tortures the girl for half a minute till Verdlea reveals that a new goddess has to be chosen, and fast.
Kaim, I am tired again. Warm me as you did before.
Now, some of you may have thought like I did at this point. Whoa, that's kinda... you two hiding something from me here?
What?
Baddragon.com? And it turns out that isn't far from the truth. In Ending A, Kaim and the Red Dragon have formed an emotionally romantic relationship. This is something that Yoko
okay.
Taro never planned, as he originally wanted the relationship between Kaim and the dragon to be something similar to a parasitic relationship, Kaim being the parasite. The romantic connection was instead written in by Takuya Iwazaki, and this is a theme which carries over into Drakengard 2. Remember when I said things would get fucking weird? The Red Dragon announces that she will be the new goddess of the seal, as no other human can match her strength. So Ending A involves the Red Dragon sacrificing herself to protect the world from the Watchers. As Verdlea burns the seal onto her flesh, Kaim sheds tears for the woman he loves, and she reveals her true name to him.
Angelus. My name is Angelus.
And she fades away, protecting the world from destruction until another goddess needs to be chosen. The second ending we'll be looking at is Ending B, Flowers for the Broken Spirit. For Ending B, we're...
So she became the new goddess until another goddess is chosen, and she disappears. But Furiai was the goddess, and Furiai didn't disappear until she died, right? Like, did the Red Dragon basically sacrifice her life to become the seal? Ending A technically leads to Drakengard 2, but it still doesn't exist. I see. Okay. Oh, and then Tiny says it's okay. The state is confused by snow. So they probably haven't delivered anything in the past week. Story-wise, basically the Red Dragon was really strong. Yeah, that they touched on that at the end, but like, why suffice for all 4 seals by distributing her physical self? Okay. I see. Okay. That makes a lot more sense than just, yes, I will replace the goddess seal. While Furiai was only human, so she didn't have to disperse. Okay. Thank you for explaining that, because that... Okay. I see. When you say you know this inside and out, I definitely believe you, Abby. 100% I believe you.
We're gonna go back in time to the point where we fought Inuart. Inuart escapes to the Empire City, and this time around we follow him. We give chase, but are ultimately too slow as Inuart slowly approaches the seed, bleeding and dying. Completely blinded with grief and love, he places Furiai inside, and for one brief moment, everything seems to be working.
have returned to me.
Oh my god, I was not expecting that. Love endings B to E. So, ew, gross, ew, I hate it, ew, 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 ew. Oh god. So has she become like a monster now? If you could have expected it, would it really be a Yoko Taro game? Yeah, that was gross.
Furiai is the final boss of Ending B, and I've gotta say, I kinda love this. It's creepy, unsettling, and the fight is just challenging enough without being total bullshit. It turns out that by putting a human into a seed of destruction, it resurrects them as a creature hell-bent on wiping out humanity.
Ew.
Yeah, good going, Inuart. How's that working out for you, you dumb bitch? When we eventually beat Furiai, we're greeted with the finale, where Kaim holds his monstrous sister in his arms, looking out onto the broken Empire City. And as the camera pans around, it seems that the battle between Kaim and Furiai isn't over just yet.
There's more? There's more.
Well, there's Ending B, an ending which is pretty interesting when you dig into it. As it turns out, Taro and his development team created Furiai out of his hatred for the little sister trope that plagues most Japanese media, or more specifically the sister princess light novel series. She was meant to be a damsel in distress who never manages to be rescued, a result of Taro's backlash with the happy endings that are usually seen in common media.
Okay, but didn't Replicant also have the little sister trope that, like, didn't turn out all fucked up like this? Thought there was just one Furiai? No way.
So keeping that in mind, let's move on to our next ending. Ending C, A Companion's Eternal Farewell. For this ending, we're going to go back to the climax of our attempts to rescue Furiai. We actually managed to make it to Furiai before her death, where Mana begins to unravel some truths in front of Kaim.
I'm just a girl. A normal girl. What's
No, Replicant had the little sister trope that doomed the entire human race. I see, yes. Well, Yona was a part of that, I do agree. Yeah, okay, I get it. I get you, I get you.
This dirt!
No, don't.
Please, hold me, my brother.
Stop it.
I can see into your heart.
No. No, that's not true. You lie.
I'm dirty. I'm dirty. I'm no goddess.
I renounce it. Please. Please, my brother.
I don't understand. Am I supposed to make some kind of logical conclusion here? Why is she killing herself? Oh god.
Confused? I sure was. Why did she kill herself here? Kaim turns away, seemingly out of shame, so Furiai plunges a dagger into her chest. Doesn't that seem a little extreme? Well, you'd be right in being a little confused, because the English translation completely fucks this scene up.
Remember what I said about Furiai? I said she was normal and you said she's not?
In the original Japanese version, it outright implies that Furiai harbours incestuous feelings towards Kaim.
Ah. I see.
Whether or not Kaim and Furiai have engaged in a physical incestuous relationship is up to debate, but it'd explain why Inuart is so jealous of the siblings. The English version censors this in the weakest way possible, going as far to imply that Furiai could just want a simple hug from her brother, which only further increases confusion about Furiai's heartbroken response to Kaim turning his head away out of shame. Jeez, this whole goddess business is a taxing situation. I'd sure like a hug right now. Fucking kill yourself, you harlot. It makes no sense.
Gross.
Okay, anyways, Furiai is dead. Again. Inuart is upset. Again. He falls over like a bag of shit in front of the seed and never manages to fuse her with it, dying with a smile on his face. Angelus notes that a human is at the altar, this human being Mana. She attempts to summon a dragon for whatever reason and ends up being promptly devoured by it. Clemps hurries into the altar room where the dragon is. Whoa, Angelus! You feeling okay, buddy? Right, one thing I didn't explain before was Angelus's different forms during the game.
Oh.
She levels up via story missions, and when you unlock them, you can play as them in the free mission mode.
Ooh.
So in this ending, she turns into fucking Satan, and then does something that genuinely took me by surprise the first time I got to it.
Kaim, our pact ends here. Powers greater than we have baited us to battle. What we desire
They have to fight?
no longer matters.
But doesn't he love her?
Your life burns too bright. You have come too far. And now, I must destroy you.
The final boss to Ending C is Angelus. The dragons were originally created as tools of the Watchers tens of thousands of years ago, but eventually grew strong enough to fight against the entities that created them. In this ending, the dragons are rising up to destroy humanity and claim Midgard for themselves, and Angelus just breaks the pact.
Nobody gets
so you'll
a
remember
happy
that in
ending.
part 1 I touched upon how the logic of pacts can be a little confusing, and this is why. Angelus just breaks the pact like it's nothing, which kinda goes against what a pact is. I mean, if a pact is so easily broken, why doesn't everyone just make a pact and break it whenever they want? It's not explained very well, although I'll touch more on that as I conclude the video. Since the pact is now broken, Clemps finally has his voice back. You'd think he's got something really deep and meaningful to say since he's fighting his ex-pact partner.
I am Kaim.
Congratulations!
Oh god, stop! No!
After defeating Skull Greymon, Clemps destroys the seed. Around him, he hears the thundering roars of dragons surrounding and destroying the city. With a solemn look at his old pact partner, he rushes out of the door to meet an undocumented end. Our next ending is Ending D, the wild dreams of a deluded child. Now before Furry Eye bites the dust, if we decide to deviate from the original path a bit, we can find Mana. Sere recognises the priestess as his sister and begs the party not to hurt her. Mana has a slight moment of clarity as she remembers her mother, and Sere tells her that she's already dead.
La 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 la. Don't miss the Watchers.
Oh god, he just beats Sari up.
Miss the what?
Forgive me. Forgive me, Mana. Golem, please, help.
Now is the time to feel the love of the gods. A deep love. A great love.
A love powerful and formidable. A love that crushes like a mace. La 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 la.
What the fuck?
Was that your idea of helping? Golem, you straight out killed the shit out of her, dude. Holy crap. After Golem wipes Mana's residue off his big lumbering hands, the short calm ends, and along comes the storm.
He's helping. I don't know if that was helping or not. I'm sorry. What? That was very unexpected. It's a freaking murder. Ew. Are these babies? Giant babies? Giant babies with teeth? Sky baby, so good.
諦めんなよ。どうしてそこでやめるんだ、そこで。周りのこと思えよ。応援してる人たちのこと思ってみろって。
Never give up.
Giant flying demon babies. I mean, sure, okay. These are the Watchers, the same interdimensional beings
What?
that possessed Mana, the very same creatures that took hold of the Empire. This part of the game is where the characters are responding just the same as we are, which is pretty much what in the unholy hell is going on? Angelus and Kaim do their own share of baby slaughter before Ariosh starts acting stranger than usual.
Ariosh! What are you doing?
Yeah, Ariosh, what are you
Oh,
doing?
babies?
The greatest of feasts.
Oh, gross. Oh, they ate her.
They're devouring Ariosh!
You see? They do the old switcheroo.
Ew,
Ariosh
ew,
has a tendency to
ew.
eat babies, so she's eaten by babies. You sly dog, you.
This
After
part makes the
Ariosh's
most
death,
sense
we're
to me.
introduced to the final antagonist, the Queen Beast. We're meant to assume that this giant stone-like woman is the leader or mother of these smaller watchers. Kinda pulling a Necron on us here, aren't you guys? The party flee, but Leonard realizes there may not be enough time and volunteers to stay behind.
No!
I will not die.
Gross.
Now go. Please. Death need not be the end of hope!
Is he also gonna die? Oh, ew. They ate him. Okay.
You lied to me!
Our party is dropping like flies, and only Kaim, Angelus, Verdelay, and Sere are still alive. Sere has a violent reaction to the Queen Beast, who appears to be controlling something called the Great Time. Angelus
He
comes to the
enjoyed that?
realization that Sere sacrificing his pact with Golem
Questionable.
could mean the survival of Midgard as they know it. The final stretch of Ending D is carrying Sere to the Queen Beast, who's,
Ew, is
well,
she pregnant?
she's pregnant now. You know, I'm just not going to question these things anymore. Fuck it. Avoiding the Watchers, or as the characters call them, grotesqueries, allows us to launch Sere off of Angelus, who's sent shooting towards the Queen. He lands a perfect 10 on this big old prego belly, and whilst
Ew.
he's taking his sweet time, Angelus and Kaim are killed and eaten. The little boy lays down and breaks his pact. When Sere breaks his pact, it would appear that time around him crystallizes, meaning that the Queen Beast and Sere will be frozen in time forever. He silently hopes that Mana forgives him and falls into an eternal sleep, never to wake up again.
Huh. Because he was never supposed to grow old?
Well, it's been an interesting journey, but we're almost at the end. Ending E, the end of the Dragon Sphere.
He got to be
It's
eaten
been
by the
building
giant
up to this
babies.
since the beginning of part
Gross.
1, when I mentioned this was the ending that's canon to the NieR universe, and whew, boy, what an ending. Instead of taking Seri up with us, it's left to Kaim and Angelus to think of a plan. Now, I've watched this little cutscene over and over again, trying to understand what she means by this. Okay, so you'd assume she means, to kill the Queen Beast, we must fight it on its own turf. But it's right there. Sere is all, don't leave me when she mentions this, but why would you assume they're going away? I mean, they will, but that's not the point. Now, since this is the ending that I've been building up to, I decided to play it from start to finish without any interruptions. If you're watching this or have seen it already, skip to this time code. Sitting comfortably? Let's go.
If this boss sequence. Oh.
Is this the land of the gods?
Tokyo.
What is this? This thing? What can we do?
You're asking me? Okay, shit. Wait, I can't move. Is this an automated path? What's that thing?
Oh.
Huh.
Ooh.
Okay, let's try that again. Right, pressing square makes a similar white circle pop out, and pressing triangle creates a black circle. Okay. Oh, I figured it out. The final boss to Drakengard is a rhythm game. This music you're hearing is the Queen Beast singing. It's part of a game where I had to frequently put down a controller and calmly take a 10-minute break. It starts off easy enough, but eventually...
Oh, ha, no, absolutely not. The fuck is that?
It's difficult. Especially difficult if you aren't a fan or haven't played rhythm games. I eventually beat the Queen by pausing the game right when this mess was heading my way to accurately tell which order I'd have to press the buttons in, giving me enough time to finally beat the mission. I might sound like I'm complaining, but this is something which constantly pops into my head whenever I think of my experience. The music sticks in your head like glue, and the creepy visual of the Queen Beast really drills itself into your memory. An interesting but frustrating final boss. Kym and Angelus defeat the Queen Beast, which causes her body to disintegrate into an otherworldly particle called meso, which would eventually be called demonic element. This meso causes a syndrome called white chlorination syndrome, a disease which forces humans who catch it to either make a pact with the gods who created the Watchers or transform them into statues of salt. Those who accept the pact will be transformed into their monstrous slaves dubbed Legion. Angelus is shot down by the Japanese Air Force and is impaled on Tokyo Tower. Her corpse also disintegrates into meso and is the source of the red-looking magic in the NieR universe. Eventually, Project Gestalt was formed, and the rest is history. Well, there we go, we're at the end, and only one thing remains for me to say, and that's to explain why the game holds a big place in my heart. The gameplay is flat and boring on the ground, and Taro had to wrestle with Square to keep the game as close to his original vision as possible. I mean, it was even supposed to be on 2 discs, which kinda leads me to think moments like this were due to rushed development. Something must have gone wrong somewhere, but even despite that, what remains of Taro's vision is still, in my eyes at least, nothing short of underrated. I totally understand people's apprehension to playing this series, but that's why I'm covering them for you, so you don't have to play them yourself. I got Drakengard at the terrible age of 13 when I was still learning things about myself and the world around me, and Drakengard is my first encounter of a game that doesn't treat its audience with love and care. It doesn't tuck you into bed and stroke your head. It wants you to feel challenged. It wants you to question things, and above all, it wants you to be extremely patient. As to whether I think you should play the game, I'm going to leave that up to you. Are you patient? Okay with a little tedium? Play the game then, and experience it for yourself. There's a lot of stuff you still haven't seen, and defeating the final boss should be seen as a feat of strength. All in all, a great game filled with its own fair share of problems. I'd love to see more people play it and tell me of their experiences. Oh yeah, stay tuned for my coverage of Drakengard 2. Okay, kisses! Well, the crazy...
Interesting. So the Drakengard series actually had like 5 legit endings. I feel like that's very not similar to NieR and like Replicant and Automata, because Replicant copied a couple endings. The only thing that like was different really was like the ending cutscenes, but the way to the ending was very similar. And I think same with Automata, right? Except Automata, it did have 2 different endings that was like split. But it was essentially the same. Welcome to the start of NieR Gestalt. Can't wait for you to discover Drakengard 3. Okay, so that is what we're gonna watch next, actually. I do have Drakengard 3 here. Let me change the subtitle here. Okay, so we're now doing Drakengard 3. Automata and Replicant had, in comparison with inflation to account for, less budget to play with. Oh, okay. Yoko Taro blew most of the budget on the VA for Kaine and 2B respectively. I see. Okay. Let's start Drakengard 3 then. Let's just back this up and do a little bit of volume adjustment here. Not most, but a large chunk. I see.
Understood. Executing code.
Oh, she's pretty. 0.
Cast your minds back to early 2013, where a fresh-faced Clemps was hit with the news that Drakengard 3 was in development. Upon hearing the news, my initial reaction was something along the lines of this.
What do I do with all this?
Ew, gross.
Why is there so much cum?
Oh, gross.
Finally, I thought to myself, there's a chance that Drakengard can get the type of polish it deserves instead of being rushed out of the door with missing content and a bucket list of other issues.
Also has a kick-ass soundtrack. Oh, I see. I've been clicking in and out of stream, so I only just noticed, but when did you get the hand mouse animation for your VTuber? Oh, I literally found it today, like just today. That's because I wasn't gonna be doing much, and I was like, ooh, a hand, keyboard, mouse asset. And the only one I could find on such short notice was this like animated one. I wish it was stationary, but yep, anyways. Okay, so Drakengard 3, here we go. Here we go.
How naive I was. Now that's not to say the game is bad. I mean, it's bad, but it's not bad. Oh boy, we're off to a good start here. I was happy to hear that Yoko Taro was back in the reins of Drakengard 3, but I was skeptical after reading that fans of Drakengard and NieR might be a little disappointed. Because of this, I was reconsidering a day one purchase. I had a strong feeling I'd end up regretting paying full price for it, and after playing Drakengard 3 in its entirety, I can safely say I was right to be worried. If I could sum up Drakengard 3 in 2 words, it'd be wasted potential.
Kinda similar to Drakengard 2 in that.
Jump King is still no less than $10 CAD. Is it? It's on sale right now, isn't it? But I guess it's a little bit over 10.
Oh god. I mean, when I first started playing the game, I absolutely loathed it, but as I continued playing, I found more and more things to be impressed by.
Ew.
One part of the game in particular I thought was pretty brilliant, but sadly, that alone wasn't enough to win me over completely. Instead of just covering the story and gameplay of the base game, I'll also talk about the DLC that expands on some character backstories that the main game missed. And although the DLC costs just as much as the main game, I'm sure I'll get my money back with the revenue that...
Oh god. Okay. Why does he have to edit these
are purely
things?
my own and shouldn't impact your like or dislike of the game. It's explained in this cutscene that before the events of Drakengard 1, 5 mysterious songstresses descended upon the land of Midgard to rid the nation of its evil lords. The people came to worship these sisters and their songs, and eventually called them the Intoners.
And as a result, mankind enjoyed an age of sweet reverie, basking in the newfound light and...
Oh.
What a fucking bitch! This cheeky little shit is Zero, the protagonist of Drakengard 3, and the game also wastes no time introducing the dragon, Michael. Right off the bat, we're introduced with some problems. Dem frames though. What the fuck is this shit? Yeah, gonna have to... I mean, god damn, I'm only gonna touch on this a little, but how can you let the frame rate get this bad?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know, rushed development, but wow, I paid for a video game, not a pissing slideshow. As you can see, gameplay has improved significantly from the previous games, though it's still pretty messy and unresponsive at times. Zero has her traditional combo moves, and unlike the previous installments, you can lock onto enemies, which makes taking down single targets much easier as you ring around the rosies, a pocket full of... Eventually, Zero makes it to her destination where the cast of Madoka Magica are waiting for her.
Why does this girl look very familiar? Is that supposed to be a thing? Hello? This is what Yoko Taro games do to YouTubers. I see. F exposition. Okay.
Which is actually not far from the truth,
Continuing
as the
on.
designers were asked to use the show as artistic influence. These are Zero's sisters, and the Intoners who are now ruling the world in place of the evil lords. They follow the traditional magical girl motive of being designated to a certain colour like various other shows have done and are continuing doing so today. The sisters are named 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. I guess that's easy enough to remember, I can roll with it. I'm gonna warn you, don't go choosing a best girl or whatever crap it is you cute sons of bitches do nowadays, because Zero's on a hunt for Intoner blood, and the game won't end till she gets it. After fighting the sisters, the leader of the Intoners, 1, summons a demon dragon named Gabriel. The DLC explains that this dragon was originally a female named Gabriella, who was voiced by none other than Angelus's voice actress.
Oh.
Only now she's a little spicier than usual.
Hey girl, you are the greatest. You're the same.
The game never explains how 1 changed Gabriella into a demon, but it's clearly a sensitive subject to her, and some things are alright left unexplained. Obviously, we aren't going to slaughter our sisters in the opening act, so Gabriel gets the plot rolling by shooting Zero's arm off, then receives the charge a killing blow. A dying Michael attempts to save Zero after getting his shit stomped in by a couple of titans, sending him flying and presumably killing him. This particular scene brings me onto one of the main devices of the game. Song. The Intoners use song to power themselves up and to summon angels and demons to aid them in battle. You can initiate your Intoner mode by pressing, L2? R2? How the fuck do I... Oh, R3 and L3. Sure.
You're too slow, you're too slow, you're too slow. Come on, step it up.
Whilst in this mode, it adds lyrics to the previously bland background music, an inclusion which I immediately fell in love with and was a great way to include song into the core game mechanics. After this, there's a slight time skip where Zero has seemingly recovered and still mourns the loss of Michael. She also has a plot device growing out of her eye. I guess it's kind
Was that the flower? The flower that grants wishes?
of interesting how the dragon was killed off early into the game. I wonder how the game will function now that we've, Oh no. My thoughts exactly, sister. This is Michael's resurrected form, who Zero decided to call Mikhail. When a dragon resurrects, it loses all memory of who it once was, essentially making them a brand new individual. It also makes them a dumb idiot baby who likes to take poo-poo and pee-pee, which causes me to XD.
But how did she find resurrected
As the level progressed, I
Michael?
started to notice something I wasn't personally a fan of. In the original Drakengard games, the levels are very wide and spacious because it needed to accommodate the dragon who you could call throughout to make wiping out larger groups less of a chore. In Drakengard 3, we have hallways. This is down to the dragon segments on the ground being turned into separate levels, so there isn't a need for these wide open spaces. This is one of the many changes to the series I'm not a fan of, though I can understand them needing to do this considering how crap the frame rate is with just one dragon attack. Shifting back to the story, Zero is starting off her sister slaughter with the sex-crazed Gluttonous 5. Whenever we meet a new sister, I'll insert their DLC prologue so you have a better understanding of their character. However, 5's DLC is not the best. Once upon a time, many moons ago, there was a beautiful intoner and a young man. The intoner was driven by a vast array of lusts. A lust for honor, for wealth, for sex, for food. And the young man who accompanied her was really sick of it.
That ship, it's being really weird, right?
With the big, juicy crab finally dispatched, the group decided to cook and eat it on the spot.
Oh, so yummy. Oh, yes.
Just the kind of backstory we needed. I've got a perfect pedestal for you, my friend.
Oh no.
Now here's a bit I wanted to show you all, but writing things down felt like I was a young child, desperately trying to drag Mummy and Daddy into the next room to watch the super cool things his video game characters were doing, much to Mummy and Daddy's annoyance. But unlike that situation, you don't have a fucking choice. Here we see an intoner summoning an angel with the help of her disciple, and the transition between her song and the boss theme.
Behold, the fifth song, grand light of antiquity, the great power made manifest, the ceremony of glorious arrival. Burn into thine eyes the punishing lance of divine retribution. I, Dito, summon thee in my name. Vanuel, arise!
Ooh, this is cool. The music.
Ugh, how tacky can you get?
Some of the choices made in this game, it's good shit. Beating 5's angel, Vanuel, triggers the first of many fourth wall breaking scenes, which I'm still not entirely sold with.
Oh, gross. Ooh.
I mean, don't get me wrong, they're charming, but they shouldn't be overused, which the game does quite a bit. I guess comedy is a subjective thing, and I'm just being a big grumpy grump. 5 survives the attack and attempts to power up before her disciple Dito finishes her off, partly due to being a complete fucking psychopath. Disciples are humanoids whose job it is to defend the intoners and get rid of any physical desires they might have. I'm talking about sex. Did I forget to mention every intoner, including Zero, are sex-crazed nymphomaniacs? After reading Zero's novella, which stated she's a former sex worker, I thought it was a very interesting approach for a main character. It was a concept which stories and games have rarely focused on, and I'm not one of those people who won't play a character if they love dick, because I'd be a bit of a hypocrite. However, the game doesn't focus too much on Zero's past life and instead just loves talking about sex with no great payoff. If sex had an impact on the game's story other than, boy, I'm sure craving cock/boy pussy right now, then an interesting concept it would be. Instead, it feels awkward, especially with this fucker. Now we have Dito as a companion, we're gifted with a spear. We have 4 different weapon types in Drakengard 3. The sword, the spear, fists, and chakrams. Spears help to shatter shields of enemies blocking your path. Fists are slow but pack a lot of power, and chakrams can help shoot down pesky enemies who are out of reach. but I found myself using the sword for a majority of the game due to its decent speed and attack radius.
You're late for the party, children. I hope you weren't loitering.
And if it isn't apparent, we're now in the land of mountains hunting the next sister, 4.
What kind of sister is Four?
The sleazy kind. I mean, you kind of have to be evil to be a virgin.
Wait, but didn't he just say...
Really can't get along with her?
Really? I can't.
Also, like, why the blood splatter is so unnecessary? What? And didn't he just say, like, the intoners were, like, nymphos? Like, why would she be a virgin then? Why? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, anyways, continuing.
Deal with virgins.
Hey, Action Production, welcome in. Hello, hello. I hope you're having a good week. I hope you had a good weekend. Welcome. That's why she's evil? I see.
At one stage, Zero
Wait, is it Jump King Day? Wait, let me double... I don't think so. Let me double check my schedule. No, today is Drakengard Lore. Are you... maybe reading the schedule incorrectly? It's Drakengard Day. What the fuck is some of this dialogue? It is insane. Like, this game is crazy. Okay. I thought the first game was crazy, but the third game is just absolutely insane. But let's continue.
defeats a Cerberus but fails to finish it off completely, resulting in her losing an arm.
Oh.
Again. This allows us to see how intoners regenerate, using the flower to birth a new body with no wounds. Fast forwarding past a ton of knee-slapping scenes which totally impact the plot, we reach our first dragon mission in the air, and boy howdy, I really don't like them. Using the first two games as an example, the air missions allowed you to have complete control over your dragon. You could ascend, descend, and turn around in mid-air, etc, so on. In Drakengard 3, they decided to make it Star Fox, a really bare-bones Star Fox. And come to think of it, there really isn't anything more I can say about these. What you see is what you get, I'm afraid. Zero makes it to 4, and as usual, her Cold Steel the Hedgehog impression is on point.
I'm not leaving until I've strewn your virgin guts all over the goddamn snow!
At first, I pitied 4. I felt she was one of the more normal sisters who was thrown into the cake mix of suffering for a bit of extra flavour. But then I played her DLC. Dragons can see the shape of a person's heart. And the heart of this beautiful intoner
empty
was full of holes.
Oh.
We achieved an honorable victory this day.
Yep. Keep telling yourself that. All you did was kill a bunch of helpless soldiers.
You know how the remaining elves have formed a band of air pirates, right? We dispatched them, but we didn't annihilate them.
This is It's goddamn manslaughter! What's so funny?
We're fighting elves, remember? So it can't be manslaughter.
So she's racist too.
Screams of burning victims rang out from the downed vessels. The cries for help echoed far and wide. But none of it bothered the intoner in the least. After all, they weren't civilians. After all, they weren't human.
So she's racist and crazy. Just checking. Sorry, my bad. Not really interested in Drakengard. Foregone bad. Oh, I'm sorry, Action. Well, we will be playing Jump King tomorrow if that's more your jam. But thank you for coming by. I always appreciate it. I hope you had a good weekend. She's not just racist. She's a damn psychopath. She is insane. She is crazy. What the heck?
The intoner was filled with sublime exhilaration. World's biggest shit summons a fuck-off huge sentient castle which Zero and friends take down with little to no effort.
Tell me, are you saving yourself? Or do you just stink down there?
Stop! Stop it! Don't say that!
Upon landing on her ship, Zero pulls the oldest trick in the book and this big dum-dum suffers the consequences.
Oh. Wow.
Now that 4 is dead, Zero claims a disciple for herself, and I mean claims all of him.
Go clean up, front and rear. We meet tonight.
Front and rear.
Decadus is a masochist. Maybe Taro thought this was the funniest shit ever, because Jiminy Cricket, he loves to remind you of his sexual preference every goddamn level, to the point of having no other character traits that you can remember other than is polite. And with the exception of one or two characters, no pun intended, most of them can be summed up with one personality trait, which...
Okay, not the greatest scene to pause on, but wow, that is insane. Like, I think I understand why Clemps said some of this was not Twitch TOS safe. Thought I was jumping day, but that might be because I mixed the schedule up. Yeah, no worries, Action. I always do post the schedule up in the Discord and then also on Twitter. I should have it pinned on my Twitter. But yeah. Should always be available in case you need to double check what I'm streaming in case something interests you or, you know, doesn't interest you. Okay, sorry, continuing on. Let's go. I mean, Twitch lets us stream this game, so should be TOS safe, right? Probably.
Which doesn't leave me feeling anything for them when the inevitable suffering begins. Moving on, now we have an airship.
We don't have an airship.
Now we have a dragon.
Oh.
Now we don't have a dragon.
Okay.
Young man, middle-aged man, old man. That's another one off the checklist. Gotta catch 'em all. This old man, Octa, is the disciple of 3, the next sister in line for the chopping block. He's decided to go rogue ever since her obsession with dolls has taken a rather sinister turn.
Dolls?
Once upon a time, many moons ago, there was a beautiful intoner and an elderly man. The intoner's only love in life was making dolls. She loved it so very much. Why do people fight each other? The man replied, I don't know. Why do people move? Why do people think? Why do people live? The intoner's questions continued on and on and on. The intoner's hobby caused her to lay hands upon human beings. Once she crossed that line, nothing.
She turned them into dolls?
The elderly man silently excused himself from the room. He chided himself for his impotence as he mourned for his now broken intoner. With our new disciple in tow, we find Mikhail, who somehow found himself in a spot of bother, and upon rescuing him, we come face to face with 3. She summons a horde of undead soldiers who we defeat with ease, only for her to forcefully use Octa to summon her angels.
Our missiles invade!
Ew, gross.
What is with you and giant flying demon babies?
Oh my goodness.
Zero, that was one.
Oh. Okay. Is she also like a doll?
Something like that would finish an intoner.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Ah, well, hello there.
This is Sent, 2's disciple. However, unlike the other disciples, Sent and 2 are wildly in love.
Wow, okay, let's... She's a bit unhinged, but you know, kind of like 3. What the heck? Yeah, me too, Action. It's one way to shut a person up. Okay, so Sent and 2 are in love? I think that's what he just said?
He manages to escape with Mikhail, leaving Zero and crew wingless till they get him back, which they do, rather quickly. Sent tells us that eventually Mikhail will be Zero's downfall, however nobody but Octa seems to really give a shit about this, so you know, moving on. When we finally reach 2, we see she isn't the same girl we saw in the introduction. Her mind has gone. 2 is easily my favourite sister out of all of the intoners, and my reasoning is her DLC, which is by far the most Drakengard-esque thing this game has produced. Throughout the endless war, a kind intoner gathered orphans across the land and cared for them. She didn't have any parents of her own, so she wanted to help others escape the misery that she herself had known. And through it all, her one true love was always at her side. This
I assume that's
is the story of a certain couple.
her guy, right?
A couple that strove endlessly to support each other.
A letter just arrived from Decadus. It seems something bad is happening in the Cathedral City.
In case you missed it, I'm not mad it's not Jump King. Just thought it was Jump King Day. Personally, don't care what game you stream, just as long as I understand what's going on for today. Gotcha. No worries, Action. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it.
Something bad? Are the orphans all right?
They should be. They're holed up deep underground. And they've got a squadron of enhanced soldiers guarding them, so...
Definitely two and set together.
I may have made them less than one. Reinforce them with the power of your song. That may be why.
Oh.
We have to get to the children!
Gross.
These aren't your children anymore. It's a monster.
Why are they screaming? Why are they crying? Why are they crying out?
So her song caused that to happen? Pascal, is that you?
Help
Lady 2. Know that I will accompany you to wherever your broken spirit takes you.
This game is more fucked up than I thought. Yeah, I know. Definitely. So, he caused
The two
that.
angels Egregori are taken down rather embarrassingly, and one of them causes Mikhail to evolve one stage further, which makes him look identical to Michael.
Oh, cool.
Michael.
I suppose from this point on, I'll be serving you, Lady Zero.
Now, I had to go back and rewrite this bit. Originally I was calling Sent out for being a lying piece of shit, but then I started reading the Intona's memoirs in the DLC section of the chapter select screen. All of them are equally as interesting to read and gradually get more and more depressing as the stories go along. Fives goes from sex toys to trying to figure out what humanity and happiness is. Threes is written in the perspective of a young soldier who free turns into the first Cyclops. And Twos goes from a light-hearted recipe book to Sent trying to figure out how to get Two to eat anything whatsoever after the incident. This particular section makes me think he's joining Zero in order to keep his word to Two that he won't under any circumstance die, even if without his Intona, that's all he wants to do. So pretty much instantly after Two's demise, we're in a very
Is he not going to show the other memoirs? Or, like, explain it? Because that sounds kind of interesting. Sad, not mad, nor am I sad. Gotcha, okay.
strange-looking city chasing after the final sister, 1. I was once asked the question, why does the city in Drakengard 3 look similar to Tokyo in Drakengard 1? And my answer at the time was, Turns out that in the history of Midgard, this city just appeared one day and brought with it the ability to use magic. Could this be a parallel version of Tokyo? Could I be pulling things out of my arse? The answer is probably yes.
Big stone booba.
Don't worry about me! You take that black piece of shit!
Whoa, dude! Hey, dude, that was too far.
When we near the entrance to the main cathedral where 1 is located, Zero decides to let us know that disciples are only able to keep their human forms within Antona's power. Well, thanks for letting us know this. Honestly, at this point I had no idea they were even inhuman creatures.
I'm giving you your old forms back.
Oh, what are they? Birds!
We wish them all luck with their new careers and her TOEFL boyfriend. Entering the cathedral brings us face to face with 1, the leader and last
boyfriend. Pigeons! But he leaves them for people who are interested in playing so they have something fun and new. Oh, I see. The memoirs are really interesting. Gotcha. They were birds the entire time. So you know the pigeons in NieR Replicant and the 5 that disappear at the end of Automata? Oh. Got to be the weirdest twist ever. I don't remember the 5 birds disappearing. I know birds, like, there's a lot of cutscenes with birds, like, flying across the sky. But I didn't know that that was... interesting. I don't remember. What are we waiting for? I think they transform into monsters, but no, they are birds. They are little birds. It's a very strange twist. They're not humans. Did they just did these sisters just find birds one day and then were like, yes, these will become the men that will satisfy us in every way possible. A questioning, but you know. Wait for the next twist, then action. Ah, I see.
Remaining of
Okay.
the Intona sisters. She begins to talk about some Drakengard lore, but Zero is all,
So you must be the secret ingredient. Fuck you! Fuck you!
and thus begins the final showdown with Gabriel, which I sucked at. I sucked pretty hard. And just like that, we're already at the ending of Branch A, where Mikhail is shot with a fatal blast, causing Zero to beg him to resurrect himself. Mikhail decides to shed light, but the dragon gets a final wish, and that's what causes them to resurrect. However, he decides to use this wish to allow Zero to win the fight, which is kind of a shitty-ass way for this branch to end. Like, oh okay, we can't beat the boss with our wits, instead we're just like, given a wish or something? Cool.
I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Mikhail. It's over.
Oh well, one and Mikhail are dead. Guess it's just Zero left now.
What? Wait, but the outfit is black now?
I'm one's brother.
Wait, excuse me? Pause. What the fuck? Oh, it's because she didn't have a guy? Wait, but if they have men that are supposed to satisfy them, why is it that he's her brother? Intoners found birds, turned them into men that will satisfy sex drive, yes, and use them to channel angels and demons. Looks like Adam, Eve, Sarah, Mana. Yeah, sort of. What? Okay, anyways, let's, okay.
This fucking happened. Once upon a time, many moons ago, there were 5 beautiful Intona sisters. 4 of the Intonas owned a personal servant called a disciple, but one of them had no disciple at all. Lacking a disciple to call her own, the Intona used one of her own ribs to fashion herself
Oh, like
a
Adam
brother.
and Eve.
The 2 of them made up for what each other lacked, and they grew up together within the cathedral.
Interesting.
Well, this cheeky chappy, sick reference by the way bro, I get it, has fulfilled his goal of killing Zero, and now that his sister isn't alive, he's a little confused about what to do. He leaves the room coated in Zero's blood to create the Cult of the Watchers, and also has his own spin-off manga. If you don't like feeling like complete shit, then you should probably leave this manga alone, this is your final warning. And this concludes Branch A.
I should have known this branch would also end like this.
Interesting. Birds.
Seems like we should have taken a different branch somewhere along the way.
Who are you? Who are these characters out of nowhere? Guess you'll all be finding out in part 2.
The manga is amazing. Accord, best girl here. Okay, interesting. Okay. Next part, I guess. Okay, so Accord. What wasn't there in Automata, wasn't there a girl named Accord, like one of the NPCs? Hello, Sheriff Dawkins. Welcome in. Hope you had a good Christmas. Or if you don't celebrate Christmas, I hope you had a happy holidays. There's a part 2 now. Yes, there is a part 2. Each of these analysis videos come in part 1 and part 2. And I think the NieR video is 3 parts. But yeah, okay, so part 2. Let me turn up the volume a little bit and then rewind this. All right, let's go. And find out about Accord.
Kaboom! Yeah! We did it! And tone her down! And tone her down! Did you see that?
Speaking of Christmas, I had hot pot with my sister and dad, but after I started to think how it happened, and it feels personal. Oh, You don't have to share if you don't want to. Hot pot sounds really delicious though. I think I'm having hot pot next weekend with my friends. Oh. Oh, okay, very unexpected.
Introducing Clemps' favourite character.
Oh, what?
Now, although we still have a few endings left to cover, the game decides to introduce someone who I personally felt was more compelling than the entirety of the current cast, with an exception being two. This is Accord, a mysterious girl who's recording particular branches of Drakengard for an unknown purpose. I feel it's poking fun at the branching timelines that Drakengard is popular for without being an outright mockery. I found all of this charming, which said a lot
Accord and
considering hardly any
record?
of the humour during the game so far made me laugh or at least smile. Bless you, child. Accord warns Zero that no matter what branch she goes down, it'll all end in disaster. Zero doesn't seem to care as she heads off into Branch B, where things are a little different from the first time. During this timeline, for some reason...
So basically, the different endings are do-overs of like the story, which then make a different timeline branch. So I know, said it feels personal. So basically she's us playing the game, I guess, but also I'm trying to think in Replicant ending E that they added, right? Because they added ending E after Automata, and it was like the remake. Didn't the two like little children say something about the possibilities and timelines? Playing a multiverse timeline in this particular game due to the multi-ending theories. Gotcha, okay. This just reminds me of what we heard in ending E. So, okay.
reason or another, we have Scent with us. Scent is having dreams about a woman called Two, who he claims to have never met before. And as we venture through the forest, we realise that a lot more has changed than we first thought.
Huh.
It seems that One is now hunting in toners, which led to Three having a premature death.
Is she dead? She's totally dead!
What the hell is going on here?
Indeed. A few steps further and we're met with none other than Shish Kebab 1 and 2, who's just having a giggle. Ding dong, my kids are dead, my sister's dead, my kids are dead. Dito goes in for the kill, but Scent stops him with the old sword in chest trick. Apparently, not even shifting timelines can change a disciple's loyalty to their intoner. Decadus bites the bullet whilst mortally wounding 2, Octa is slain by Scent, who is then mortally wounded by Zero. The couple inch closer towards each other and using their final breath, they summon an angel.
Give us your blessing, Raphael.
Yeah, basically everyone in this game is messed up.
During the fight with Raphael, we notice that poison is slowly filling the arena, which immediately hits Zero and Mikhail. Zero can ultimately survive thanks to the flower, Mikhail, however, cannot. Branch B ends with Mikhail passing away due to Raphael's poison, so Zero decides to do something that no one else in his timeline has ever done before. She makes a pact, utilising the last remains of her song's energy. When Mikhail wakes, he finds himself sporting an unusual flower in his eye and the voice of a small girl in his head.
What you doing, dummy? You gonna sleep all day or what?
He responds to this girl as he usually would with Zero, as Accord puts the finishing stamp on this particular branch.
Interesting.
Branch
okay.
C starts with Mikhail devolving for some reason, which forces Accord to take a special interest in this particular timeline.
So, are they just dropping us in different timelines, like parallel universes? This is a little confusing, because it's not starting from the beginning, right? If this is not a good romance, I don't know what is. It was quite touching. But because every ending starts, basically, it's all very confusing until you get to ending E. Okay. I feel like I'm pausing every few seconds because I'm like, I'm super confused. I can't imagine having to play this. It's very confusing. I'm already getting confused. Yeah, me too. It'll all be kind of explained. Okay, I'll wait.
For the unusual goings on, Zero finds Two hanging around and kindly asks her to take the curse off Mikhail.
Get that fucking curse off my dragon!
Let's have a look at this scene for a moment. Okay, so we see here Zero's beginning to run, and sure enough, there's this big long space, but wasn't she running? She would have reached her by this point. What is she doing? Is she picking up a penny? And then right when the gameplay starts, she's even further than she was in the cutscene. What's going on, guys? After they both engage in a one
Self? Next?
I guess not. Oh, fuck.
What?
Walking in Zero is feverishly attempting to destroy them as they somehow have an unknown link to the flower. She also mentions that Zero will need a dragon's power in order to kill herself once the job is done, which takes Mikhail by surprise. One summons an angel named Abdiel who follows the popular trope of find the weak point then smashy smashy. After Abdiel's defeat, Gabrielle and Mikhail have a test to see whose Kamehameha is the strongest, but it turns out the answer is neither, as they both fucking die. This makes the two sisters pretty grumpy, and as you'd expect, Zero wins. If you can call this winning.
If you're not here, then who's gonna kill me?
Gross. What's happening? Why is she sick?
I'll find a dragon somehow.
Jesus, girl, how much did you eat? That's looking pretty creamy. Did you have too many cummy shakes? Maybe. Accord puts an end to this particular timeline by recommending sealing off this particular branch due to the fragile state of the world's future now that Zero has lost her mind.
Oh.
Got all of that out of the way, let's start talking about the branch that won me over completely. Now before I dive into the meat of this branch, I thought I'd take the time to explain exactly how the Intoners came to be. During this branch, Zero has a flashback where she explains what she is. She's a corpse being kept alive by the parasitic flower that has bloomed in her eye. When she awoke past the point of death and realised this flower would eventually cause global destruction, she tried to destroy herself. The flower reacted negatively to this and split Zero's power into 5 little girls.
Oh, what? Okay. So they're just all pieces of herself that she's trying to get rid of first and then kill herself?
Each of which are just as dead as Zero and are all infused with the flower's power, meaning there are 5 possible chances of the apocalypse. If you're interested, there's a Drakengard spin-off manga called Utahime 5, which focuses on the girl's antics after splitting from Zero. It's actually not that bad, so go check it out if you want to read something new. It would seem that a dragon is the only creature that can rid the world of the flower's influence, which is where Mikhail/Michael comes in. His job is to kill Zero once Zero has destroyed her sisters. And back to the main story, which starts with Zero going to murder 4. However, it would appear that the flower's power is making her go a bit loopy.
We don't have to be scared of this world. Because once I destroy it, there won't be a world to be scared of anymore.
Has anyone ever told you that you have lovely eyes? Oh, I could fucking swim in them. She summons a fucking demon dragon, which has no explanation other than, damn girl, you crazy.
So that's not Gabriella?
She's there. Stop me. Stop fucking yelling! Next up, we're chasing 3, but the forest is teeming with more undead than usual. When the crew reach a new location within the forest, they meet back up with 5, and I mean, there's clearly interesting shit everywhere because she can't seem to keep her eyes in one place. So 4 first, then 5?
You dumbass. You resurrected yourself?
Ew, gross.
Arise. Galgalia.
The manga is good. Utahime? I'll see if I can look into
Dito gets
it.
a big stinking boner at Five's rotting body because he's a fucking freak and summons Funuel. Sent decides to defend the crew by summoning Egregori, and the two of them duke it out whilst we defeat the easiest boss battle of all time. But I don't know, Five looks pretty cool, so I can give it a pass.
Ew. Ew! Was she eating the corpse?
Beautiful Zero.
She was indeed eating the corpse.
She was
I
reborn with a
see.
special gift. Zero, you were reborn with a special power. Now grow to be edgy and despise your sisters forever.
Psh, nothing personnel, sis.
Drakengard third.
After Five dies, Dito and Cent learn that a disciple can't summon an angel without an Intona's song, the hard way.
Zero, wait!
Oh.
No.
So.
Incredible.
Oh,
There's no point
okay.
in living in a world without Lady 2 anyway. Now I can rest.
So they just go.
My name is Mikhail. My name is Mikhail.
No, I think they just fly off.
Some zero. I'm not a stinky dragon, nor am I a dirty dragon. Hop on my back and let's go for a ride.
Michaela's so cute.
Suicide will have to wait.
3 has somehow managed to snag herself an ancient dragon, otherwise known as a worm, and unlike the other sisters, she was already mind-broken in the first place, so she remains more or less the same. In
Okay.
fact, I think it made her happier. Just look at that cold.
Oh yeah, the crazy
Decadus is
doll
launched up to Mikhail
sister.
by Octa, and he sticks to his personality trope right to the end as he sacrifices his human form as a masochistic reward.
My angel holds the power to slow down his movements by a considerable degree.
Oh, you mean like bondage. I get it.
Gross. Uphold!
Okay. I see. Hold on, catching up with chat real quick. Oh god, I love Mikhail singing. I meant to type, I thought going to beaches depends on your choices. No worries. You mean, the endings, right? No worries. I feel like a lot of... He did.
I'm gonna miss fucking that bird.
Weird. Weird.
Yeah. One to go.
Did you?
Another Intona down, and instead of going after 2, we're going straight after 1. I'm guessing 2 is either flat out dead in this timeline or having a coffee break. She kinda deserves one. During the final confrontation with 1, Octa, the last remaining Intona, summons his angels to give Zero a decent advantage.
A pity we couldn't grind the whetstone one last time.
So I'm guessing as long as it has 2 legs, and please make it 2 legs, Zero, don't let me down here, it's pretty much fair game in the bone zone, right?
See? Even in times of crisis, my man's sword is as sharp as a witch's.
Okay, bye.
Little game you are.
Engage accelerator.
Out of nowhere, Accord initiates rocket boot mode and requests a hack into the goddamn timeline using her old school mobile phone, so Zero has a chance to kill both 1 and Accord as she's giving herself up as a noble sacrifice. Let's just go with it.
Okay, so there's some timeline interference going on here.
Understood. Executing code.
She's an android.
So, as you can plainly see, Accord is an android, something which NieR Automata... Automata? Oh, fuck it. We'll be focusing on almost exclusively. Accord is shut down by Zero, and then the final boss is within clear sight. Zero has absorbed all of the flower's power that her sisters had taken away from her, and now a transformation is imminent. And if you've been watching since my Drakengard 1 video, you might recognise some similarities.
You've grown strong, Mikhail.
F this final boss. dialogue makes me tear up every time.
You big dummy!
Like ending E? Rhythm game, the bells give me PTSD, I see.
Now, this boss battle will split a majority of players straight down the middle. One side can't stand it and think redoing the Queen Beast battle is a straight out fuck you to the player, and the other half love the fact that Taro is being a bit cheeky by messing around with the player and making it completely unfair intentionally. I'm personally fine with having this type of boss battle again. However, the song proved to be so difficult I couldn't beat it without this amazing guy who made it more like a rhythm game than an awkward parrying match.
See.
Each sister will sprout out of each petal and will change the difficulty, sometimes being complete bullshit. The boss also brings up other questions, such as is Zero the Queen Beast we fight in Drakengard 1, or is it Intona from a separate branch? So far we have no solid answer, so a lot of it falls into pure speculation. After you've beaten the boss, and seriously pat yourself on the back if you have, Mikhail will fire the finishing blow, sealing the Intonas away in another dimension and essentially killing them all, including Zero. The game ends with, a chord?
Here's another huge mess for us to deal with. That was
A lot of accords. Because she's an android. I guess they protect or record timelines? Interesting.
I hope to see you again someday.
Thanks.
But until then, I'd like to say thank you for playing.
You too.
I did it! I finally did it! I
really
hit the
think it's
goal
that
I set
Zero
out
being
to
able to
achieve.
steal and kill herself.
Hopefully during our 3-game journey you've learned a lot about the universe of Midgard, and tell me if you ended up playing the games thanks to my videos. To finalise my thoughts on Drakengard 3, it's difficult. The game has returned back to its dark roots, however I have a very hard time taking it seriously.
The prevailing theory is that with Zero being able to seal and kill herself, the people behind According the old world had managed to converge the timelines to this one, where the good ending was achieved. Ah, okay, I see. But yeah, like Action says, not really a good ending, because I mean, Zero dies, Mikhail dies. Does Mikhail die? No, Mikhail shoots off the final blast, but I mean, which allows the ending A to continue to Drakengard 1, while at the same time having ending E also canonical. I mean, good ending was in quotations. Media like these never have good endings, it's true.
Seriously. Maybe my love for the first game's narrative restricts how much I can enjoy a game that tries to be edgy and for some reason funny. The wasted potential within this particular game upsets me, but I can't get mad at the genuinely valid reason of we ran out of time and budget. However, I'm also talking about Taro's writing. If you didn't originally know, the 5 sisters have particular physical abnormalities that are similar to a pack partner losing a particular trait. Each sister has a trait that continues to grow, one being an exception who stopped growing. For 5, it's breasts, 4, her fingernails, 3, her hair, and 2, her strength. Considering how the base game all but ignores this, how cool would it have been if these issues tied in with the gameplay and boss fights? Maybe Zero approaching the sisters accelerates those particular attributes, causing someone like 5 to become incapacitated due to her breasts swelling to an inhuman size, or 2's strength becoming so overwhelming she can't touch something without it being destroyed. Instead, it feels kinda shoehorned in to hit another Drakengard trope, which isn't the worst thing ever. It just would have been better to see these issues being tackled within cutscenes. And speaking of the sisters, my biggest problem with the game as a whole is its DLC. Not because of its quality, but because it's DLC in the first place. Some of these segments have some of the best character moments in the game, but in order to play all of them, you need to pay for each sister individually or as a bundle.
What?
Why did we need to pay for these? They made me care for each sister a lot more than the base game managed to, which is important in a game where life being taken away from you is an all too common thing. During my first playthrough, I had no particular feelings towards 2 at all, but after her DLC segment, she became one of my favourites, and I had to pay for that character development. Cosmetics? Sure. Parts which were important to the base story? No. finally, recommending Drakengard 3 is a tough one. I mean, the game feels frustrating to play at points, and the frame rate dipping under 5 isn't exactly what I'd call a fun time. It definitely doesn't feel like a prequel to Drakengard 1, but thankfully the trophy for replicating Drakengard's tone goes to NieR, which I'll look into closer to NieR Automata's release date. And despite sounding negative, I still respect this game in many ways. This is a game that shouldn't exist in the first place, much like NieR Automata. I mean, hell, do you remember when Automata was announced at E3? I'm pretty sure even Taro was like, excuse me, what now? Someone in Square Enix clearly has a lot of respect for Taro and his weird method of game creation and storytelling, and I'm the same. No matter what type of game Taro pushes out, if it feels like a breath of fresh air compared to most games being pushed out nowadays, then I'll continue to buy them, analyse and review them. Buy this game if you're a fan of Taro's work. If you aren't, then you probably won't get much out of it minus frustration, annoyance, and a general bad time.
Holy crap, we're finally at the end of the Drakengard series.
Definitely understand 2, but why the breasts for 5? Yeah, 5 was like all about lust and sexuality. So that makes sense. The real question is why 4's nails grow as a trait for being her emptiness at being abandoned. And also wasn't 4 the virgin? Emptiness in beauty, maybe? Was interested in this series, but I guess I can play Drakengard, Dragon Dragoon. It sounds very interesting. I want to play for the memoirs because it sounds very like I want to know more, you know? Drakengard 3 can be played at proper 60 FPS on an emulator. I will see if I can figure out how to do that. But also don't want to get in trouble for playing things illegally on Twitch. We'll see. Well, I'll do some research. Why call Zero a villain where in this game there's not good or bad side, but just neutral? I think because the flower is considered evil. And so with Zero, what was it? Zero was resurrected by the flower when she died. And the flower is meant to bring destruction to the world. Was it the world? And then when Zero tried to get rid of the flower in her eye, it split off. So, I mean, all the sisters and also Zero is like bad. But how did the flower become good in Replicant? Or just, I mean, NieR in general? 5 sisters do represent how the world would end. I mean, also Zero, right? So that was the Drakengard series. I do have NieR queued up. Maybe we can watch those. How long are they? Hold on. So this one is 24. The last one is 47. That's like another hour and a half. We'll probably go for another hour and a half. I'm kind of interested to see his analysis of NieR. Well, you're doing NieR next, right? Is there the stage play in your queue list? No, there is. Does NieR do the stage plays? I only saw his analysis playlist that has Drakengard 1, 2, 3, and then NieR and NieR Automata. If it makes you feel better, I don't consider NieR and the Drakengard series to be together. I feel like a lot of people consider them to be like related though, right? His NieR Automata part 3 has stage plays included. Okay. Okay, let's get through NieR and let's see how we're feeling because Automata has 4 parts and it's also like another 2.5 hours. If you know the lore, they're definitely related heavily. I also, oh, by the way, thank you to whoever on Throne. I got a couple of gifts that I had put onto my throne. Someone purchased for me the short story long book for NieR, and then also the Yorha Boys book that I added. So I'm really excited to dig into those. And yes, so I will be reading them. I don't know if I can read them on stream just because of copyright stuff. But I did get it added to my throne, and some kind, amazing soul for Christmas has purchased them for me. So really excited. We'll see what that's all about. I'll probably tweet about it, but unfortunately, I'm not sure that I can stream it because it is a copyrighted book. But yeah. All right, let me change the the text. This is gonna be NieR Clemps. Okay, well, we should probably move this a little bit. Yorha Boys and the Normandy stage play explain who made Yorha. Also, fun fact, all the boss fights in Drakengard 3 was sung by a Japanese group named Yorha. Just throwing that out there. Interesting. So was that when were the games actually released, like timeline wise? NieR and Drakengard release dates? Because I feel like I'm not quite understanding the timeline here of like, I understand the timeline of like the story, but what about like the development and release timeline? So we have, let's see, did they put it? They didn't. Release was Drakengard 1, 2, NieR, Drakengard 3, then Automata. Okay, so I guess that makes sense that 3 was before Automata, so that the Yorha bit between NieR to Drakengard 3, there was a novella and one audio novella. Okay, I see. Okay. Before, Automata had one stage play. Interesting. Not NieR was released on PS3. This is all so much like, what is it? Additional, like, what is it? Just resources? What do you call it? Additional media to support these games. Post Automata had 12 novellas, 2 more stage plays, 2 audio novellas. Wait, is Yorha Boys before Automata or after Automata? If we get Drakengard 3 and PC, I'll take a look at it. So here's the thing, Action. I don't know if Yoko Taro, like, I think everyone has said that they're not going to be remaking the Drakengard series. FF14 Shadowbringers DLC, as well as the mobile game Sinnoh Alice, and Reincarnation are also canonical. Yorha Boys canonically in the timeline is before Automata, but was made afterwards. Gotcha. I did play the so I'm a 14 player. I have played the raid with NieR in it. I kind of understand now why the big globes and those were like the seeds of resurrection / destruction, right? And I understand the setting a little bit more, but I don't know how that plays in. I should also look into reincarnation. Isn't that like, I know in the game you play like as a little girl that's lost in like this weird world and you have to go around. I don't know. I don't quite understand that one. Let's see. Okay. We're gonna watch NieR now. Let's see what Clemps has to say about NieR, which I will always look upon fondly because this is a good series. Oh, real quick, I'm gonna make some tea because we've been streaming for a while and I've drank all my hot tea. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Yeah. We'll watch this when I'm back. BRB, everybody. I'm gonna play an ad while I'm gone. Bye! Hello, I am back. Take your time. I'll rewatch the stage play in the meantime. Gotcha. Wait, where can we just watch the stage plays on YouTube? You monster, not an ad. Note, I was joking. Sorry if I have offended you. No, no worries, Action. How's everyone doing today? Increasing my depression meter by replaying NieR Replicant's Little Mermaid mission. Goofy day today. Gonna get pizza. What kind of pizza, son? That sounds so delicious. You can watch the stage plays on YouTube. They're even subbed. They're long though, really long. Oh, I see. Okay, I'll see if I can find some time to watch them. Is there like a resource page on like what books and like stage plays to read? I would like to know so that I can tackle them. Most likely a pizza with garlic sauce and pineapples. That sounds so delicious, son. Oh my goodness. I hope you have a good time getting pizza. Forgot the link, but I'll find it now. Thank you. If you could put it into the Discord, and then I'm gonna just save that for myself. Try adding cream cheese on pizza. Well, good. I don't think I spread the cream cheese right. Try to spread it before cooking, but ended up making a mess. I think you would need to maybe like use maybe room temp cream cheese so that it's softened and easier to spread, but that does sound delicious. Very creamy and full of dairy, which is my favorite. Ever would die. All right, let's watch this part 1 series. I'm gonna just turn the volume up here.
Is this the land of the gods?
Thank you, Abby. I will be favoriting it for myself. Be prepared. Interesting.
Oh, feels good to be talking about Yoko Taro games again. Feels like it was so long ago. Now, I promised I'd look at NieR and analyse it to the best of my ability back in the end of my Drakengard free analysis, where I stated I'd take a look at it when NieR Automata got a release date. Well, good news, family and friends!
Oh god, Hermes. Are you
I'm not gonna lie, this entire project was pretty intimidating, so when the news about Automata's release date hit my dainty little ears, I was mixed with two emotions: overwhelming joy and apprehension. For those of you new to my channel, you may not be aware of my previous Drakengard analysis videos. What relevance do they have to NieR, you limey cunt? If you'd let me finish. The Drakengard series plays an important role in the creation of the NieR universe. If you want to see the whole in-depth explanation of this, you can click these links here. Drakengard as a series wasn't overwhelmingly popular due to its average sales, at least in the West, but it developed something of a cult fan following, myself included. People were drawn in by its dark method of storytelling, and a feeling of no matter what you do, there won't be a happy ending. So of course, when NieR was revealed to be a continuation of Drakengard's ending E, which was originally a joke ending, well, it got a few eyebrows raised to say the least. Trust a director like Yoko Taro to continue the Drakengard timeline in a completely different franchise. So way back when NieR first came out, I picked it out due to curiosity. I'd heard the game was bland with its gameplay but phenomenal in its storytelling and music. I'm not one to shun a game for having less than fantastic gameplay, so I decided to give it a whirl. During the prologue, I started to have fond flashbacks to Drakengard due to the obscene amounts of blood that poured out of enemies in a satisfyingly disturbing fashion. Keep in mind, I had no idea these two games were linked by this point. Hell, even when this name flashed onto the screen, I didn't bat an eyelid. Mostly due to being at a time in my life where I just played a game and didn't concentrate on who made it. It was only later when I decided to Google more information about it that everything started to make sense and my head was well and truly blown. So why bring this up in the first place? Well, keeping in mind that I'm such a big fan of the Drakengard series and had no clue this was a continuation, it makes me wonder how many other people have no idea this game is connected to a different game altogether. The hints they drop at us are subtle enough that you miss it if you have no memories of Drakengard's final ending fresh in your brain, so hopefully hopefully by doing this video, it'll make a few people have that moment
That
of,
was the
"Holy
dialogue
fuck,
that I remember.
Wait, what? From the get-go, NieR presents us with something strange before we even start playing. This is mostly common knowledge, but NieR was split into 2 games. In Japan, there's NieR Gestalt on the Xbox 360 and Replicant on the PS3. In Gestalt, you play as an older man looking after his daughter, whereas in Replicant, you're a younger man looking after your sister. The West, not being able to comprehend sexy boys, got Gestalt both on the 360 and PS3, leaving Replicant exclusively to the Japanese. But that didn't stop little old me from getting my slimy degenerate hands on it, and other than the character's age, there's honestly no difference from title to title. If you want to play as a father to a young girl, play Gestalt. If you want to play as a brother, play Replicant. The plot stays exactly the same, so don't worry about missing anything important to the story. On a personal note, I feel like playing as Papa NieR is a more compelling experience than the brother. Whilst I massively prefer the design to Brother NieR compared to Gollum, the struggle of a father trying to keep his daughter alive is a much more compelling narrative than a brother and sister. Okay, so this is how I'm going to break down.
Also, the fact that, like, in Replicant, you, like, basically fuck off for, like, 2 to 3 weeks to do some fishing quests, and it's like, if you're a father caring for a sick daughter, I don't think you would do that. But, like, in the context of a brother, like, I could totally see that. The plot stays the same, but the side stories do not. Wait, really? The side stories are different between Replicant and Gestalt?
Down this video. I'll start by talking about how the Drakengard series ties into the prologue of NieR. And I'm not just talking about Angelus fighting the Queen, I'm talking about the events directly after the Queen crumbled and Angelus was shot down by the Japanese Air Force. These stories are all documented within Grimoire NieR, a book that was published exclusively in Japan, but thankfully some legends decided to translate the whole bloody thing. So let's just take a moment to thank these faithful.
Reason why Replicant is considered canonical is... Oh, it's in the novellas? Okay. Wait, let me real quick check the link. Whoops. Did not mean for it to open on there. Okay, hold on. Moving that page. We're right there. Hold on. So this one... Oh, is this it? Works by Yoko Taro? Hold on, I don't think I am following this page like I'm supposed to. Does it tell you? Oh, this has like all of the info. Oh, timeline, flowchart, timeline complete, concert list, literary allusions. Okay, so I need to really dig into this list, it looks like. Perfect. Okay. English releases tab as well. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, I see. There's a long story short. Maybe I missed that. Maybe I should put that. Oh, you know what? I think the long story short was just the dialogue from the game, right? I think that's why I didn't add it to my Throne wishlist, is because I was like, it's basically the same as the game, which I've already played through. The change felt kind of weird. Sorry, my bad. Okay, I will dig into this because I'm very interested in this. Okay. After.
Faceless heroes. Thank you. After this, like my other videos, I'll start talking about gameplay changes and my general thoughts on whether or not I think it's a positive move from the original franchise. So kind of like an analysis/review. Then we'll start cracking on with the general plot after the prologue. So without further ado, let's get started. Hope your bellies are empty, because trust me, this is going to be meaty.
Oh, not me, the game.
The beginning of NieR introduces us to a post-apocalyptic city which appears to be covered in heavy snow. A title card pops up announcing that the year is 2049 and it's summer. We're introduced to a man called NieR hiding out in an abandoned supermarket, a strange book by his side. The book seemingly talks to him, but he's having none of that voodoo shit. Get out of here! Shortly after, he's alerted to danger as we're introduced to the primary antagonists. The creatures, known as Shades, attempt to attack us, but we dispose of them pretty quickly. It's now that we're introduced to Yona, a central driving force in the plot whose importance will be explained as we dive further into the game. After the Shades appear for round 2, NieR tells his daughter not to touch the book under any circumstance. Guess what happens? Guess what fucking happens? NieR fights off the gathering Shades with the assistance of the mysterious book.
I need to protect Yona.
By using this
So
book,
that's
he can use powerful
Angelus's
magic.
magic,
During the whole
right?
introductory segment,
The
it's
red?
a great way to get the players pumped up for powers they'll eventually receive later on in the game. But it turns out Yona was a cheeky cunt and touched the book regardless of her father's warning. An ominous black text starts to move up her body as her father calls out for assistance. This is the catalyst to the events that occur in NieR.
Okay, I see.
We need help! Please, anyone! Help! Help us!
So, because they said Angelus's body got caught in like some kind of spear building. So did they like examine that and create the book from Angelus's magic?
What the fuck? I don't understand.
Alright, I'm off.
Why? Right, now before we jump into what VHE double hockey sticks is going on here, I said I'd try and explain how Drakengard links into this intro. On June 13th, 2003,
Okay.
a young prince named Clemps and his dragon Angelus were transported from their world of Midgard to Tokyo, taken there by a monolithic entity known as a queen beast in an attempt to save their own world from the queen and its army of watchers.
Ew, what a scene to pause on. Hold on. Technically the celestial alphabet, which is a real language. Did I make sure that this was 1080? Okay, that's fine. We've seen it. I saw it in, I don't know if it was in Drakengard. No, it was when Furii was put into the seed of destruction or resurrection, and then also in Drakengard 3, right? When the sisters, the interners, like magic, the angel is summoned, like the language angelic script is present in all 4 of the games. Okay, so I wasn't imagining it. It was the same as what you can see in NieR, Replicant, and Automata. In the resource towers, the tower names are written in Celestial. Yeah, like Meat Box, right? I remember that. We were talking about it before. Interesting. Okay.
Tescaries, angels, giant flying demon babies, whatever they're called. They engaged the mind-destroying song of the Queen and came out triumphant, causing the Queen to break down into an element unknown to Earth's science. Angelus was also taken out by the Japanese Air Force, causing her body to slowly deteriorate into the same substance as the Queen. This particle would eventually be called Meso, otherwise known as demonic element. Shortly after this, a small minority of people within the Shinjuku ward in Tokyo started to come down with a fatal disease known as white chlorination syndrome. It got this name due to the fact that people who caught it would chlorinate, their bodies eventually becoming pillars of salt. Some people, instead of chlorinating, would turn berserk and begin attacking people. The reasoning behind this is a little, you know the drill. People who came in contact with particles from the Queen were forced into a pact with a quote-unquote god. Who this god is, no one knows, but it's assumed to be the leader of the Watchers or possibly another queen.
Okay.
This god gives the infected 2 choices: make a pact and become a mindless red-eyed monster known as a legion, or reject it and die, turning into salt in the process.
I
So
see.
basically, you're fucked either way. So when I was talking about this post-apocalyptic city being covered in snow, that isn't snow. When an infected individual chlorinates, their body will eventually crumble in the same fashion as the Queen Beast, their salty remains floating into the sky and eventually falling as what appears to be snow.
And then it
During this
infects
whole fiasco,
everybody like a
wall was
plague.
erected around Shinjuku known as the Wall of Jericho. This was used in order to keep the Legion from spreading around Japan or possibly the rest of the world. The government and troops, however, were alerted to a certain individual who was seemingly leading the Legion. This individual was named Red-Eye, and only 5 years after the Wall of Jericho was erected, Red-Eye led his berserk troops and destroyed the wall. Reports say it was destroyed from the inside, many hearing a sound that resembled the song of the Queen. Now, in Grimoire NieR, there's a picture of Red-Eye. You may not notice it at first glance, but there's something oddly familiar about it. Holy this
Snow in Summer. The spoilers were in the title of the song all along. I see. Attack on Titan. Yes, I think they did use the Attack on Titan what is it? Picture of the wall. So what happened was there was a picture of Red-Eye and they overlaid the picture of Kaib over it. Gunny, hello, welcome back. Thank you for the resubscribe. Thank you for 9 months. I am sub baby. Congratulations on 9 months. We now have a Twitch baby. Also, Gunny, thank you so much for purchasing the paw glove and paw socks. I'm very excited for them to come in. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I'll also be tweeting out a thank you later. I appreciate you. Was the Attack on Titan picture that yes, it was for the wall.
Hasn't been confirmed.
How are you, Gunny?
However, the
Merry
similarities
Christmas,
are
happy
just so damn
holidays.
apparent, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Red Eye is Kime. This isn't official, remember, but considering how they never find his corpse, it's a very likely possibility.
Oh, they
Question
didn't.
is, if it is my boy Kime, how did he turn into Red Eye? Is it possible to make a second pact? I guess we'll never find out for sure, unless Automata expands on this. During all of the havoc now slowly crawling its way through Japan, an uneasy military alliance with America is forged, despite warnings from other countries. Through this alliance, the idea of nuking Shinjuku is brought up, and despite opinions in Japan being varied, the rest of the world seem to be perfectly fine with reminding Japan about the overwhelming power of the glorious US of A. Kaboom! The bomb is dropped! Shinjuku's destruction is heralded as a second Hiroshima tragedy, and before too long, even more nukes are dropped all over Japan, leading the country to become, and I quote, a scorched earth. By this point, Legion has been reported as being completely wiped out across Japan, so you'd think all of our problems would be over, right? Right?
Wrong.
Well, guess again, because by nuking Shinjuku and most of Japan, this caused the remnants of Legion to be thrown into Earth's atmosphere, making its way to China, one of the most heavily populated countries on the planet.
Bad idea.
Oh dear. As it would turn out, the disease is quite similar to a zombie infection, if that gives you a decent idea of how it works. But wait, I hear you cry, saliva frothing at the mouth. Whatever happened to Angelus? Did her body burn up as it fell to the ground? Boy, that's an answer I'd sure like to know. Well, I guess I have no choice, you cute little fuck. When I first saw this scene, I was positive Angelus burnt up. I mean, with the amount of dandruff that's falling off her, you'd kind of assume that for yourself, I'm sure. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Angelus did plummet all the way to the ground floor, her corpse still intact, and this was taken away by military scientists for further experiments.
Hello, Illy. Hello, welcome, Raiders. Illy Raid. Hello, everybody. I hope you are having a good Monday. I hope you had a happy holidays and a Merry Christmas this weekend. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. Hi, my name's Princess. I am a variety streamer here on Twitch. I play games like Jump King. And you know, Jump King, and on other days we also play Jump King. But also I play other games like NieR, like the NieR series. We finished Replicant and Automata, so now I'm watching some lore videos to understand more about the world of NieR. Illy cut the streamer short. And once again, we don't have a raid message. I see. Princess is cracked at Jump King. So you are good at Jump King, right? I don't want to say I'm like good at Jump King, but I would say I'm okay at Jump King. Hold on, let me go over here to welcome you guys in. Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a good day today. Illy, what were you playing? Let me give you a shout out here. And one of these as well. What were you up to today? You were rigging. You were doing some art. Let's check it out. I don't know if you guys know, but when I get rated, I do like to feature you guys a little bit before I continue on. I was rigging a new chibi model. Okay, let's watch Illy do some rigging, you guys. Let's let me move over to this one here and just make sure that I'm on the right screen here. All right. Oh, look, it's so adorable. Illy is a very adorable VTuber, you guys. If you haven't given her a follow or checked her out, why don't you right now? Because now is the perfect chance. My exposure to Jump King is skewed, aka I only watch you play, but I'd say you're the best JK player I know. Oh, Sho, you're so sweet. Thank you. All right, sorry, I burped a little bit. Let's take a look. Ooh.
Let's do this one.
This is very interesting. I've never seen this.
For this model, okay, I can either do the ahoge on the side, or I can do like the I don't even know what's the toggle for this model anymore.
Rigging seems so complicated. At least art is cute. It's adorable.
Okay, yeah. So for this model, I chose to do the hoodie. So there's like a hoodie on the third badge.
I love the
which
eyes.
Is, I think it's the one. It's the one that Sulfur had, I think. But it has like a little hoodie. This one, right?
A love-hate relationship with the eyes, but it's so pretty.
Maybe I am me.
Oh, look, it's the chibi bottle you mentioned. Showcasing old models. Oh, the rigging. This is so cute.
Save it for No, I didn't even delete it. Why do you need to save it? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I love how the hair, is it supposed to be bunny ears? It's really adorable. Murder face on the left. Illy is very adorable. Guys, definitely please check her out. She is very talented in art and apparently does rigging, which I also want to try one day, but you know, we're not there yet. Thank you for giving Illy another shout out. I appreciate it. All right, you guys, today we're watching some analysis videos. Oh, thank you, Zaga, for the follow. Illy, it seems like you've been streaming for a while, almost 3 hours. So if you need to raid and run, I don't mind. I really appreciate you coming here with your community. Yeah, guys, give her a check. Oh, thank you, Valencian, for the follow as well. It does that when someone follows? Yes, it does. I get pelted with toy bones. Squeaky toy bones, which are my favorite. You have to sell your soul to rig, but it's super fun. It is 4 a.m. for Illy, so she should go to bed. Go to bed. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Hello, Chrono. Welcome in. Of course, thank you for the shout out. Of course, anytime, Illy. And you guys, raiders, thank you for coming through with Illy on the raid. I totally understand if it is late where you're at or if you're busy, you know, or if you just have things to do and, you know, don't particularly want to be here. I would appreciate the lurk, but if not, I hope you have a great day. Thank you so much for at least be willing to check me out. Yeah, so we're doing some analysis videos that we started. We are now on let me turn that off. We're now on the NieR series. This is part 1 of the NieR analysis videos, and he's just going over like the Angelus bit falling from the sky. Here we go. Hello, Sev, Mary. And hello to Sev's partner. Thank you for coming in. Hello. I hope you're having a good Monday. I don't have work today, so we're just, you know, chilling and streaming.
Experiments. After many years, they finally had a breakthrough. Angelus's corpse was proof of a multiple world theory, which states there's another world in a different universe or dimension. During research on this multiple world, an attack was commenced on the top secret facility. Angelus's corpse was stolen, but by who? Not even the grimoire covers it, but it states religious groups on North America were possibly behind it. This particular line interests me a fair bit. Reporting on the incident becomes unclear and then stops completely. Why did it stop completely? I'm hoping, praying that Automata expands on what happened to Angelus's corpse.
Thank you for the
one
toy
of the few
bone.
important details that isn't covered completely within the grimoire. I've read a theory that these two Automata characters, Adam and Eve, might have a connection due to Eve's cult tattoos and both of their red eyes and draconic.
Wait, what was that? Go back. That was the tattoo. Hold on. This is one of my favorite weeks of the year. Me too. I basically have like, I only have to work Wednesday this week, which is fantastic.
Details that isn't covered completely within the grimoire. I've read a theory that these two automata characters, Adam and Eve, might have a connection due to Eve.
So that's the tattoo that you were talking about? That looks like the, what was it? The one tattoo with her and her brother, right? Nobody expects anybody to do anything. It's wonderful. It is a great time of year. Also, Time, I hope you've had a great weekend. Hello, hello. Happy Monday to also Chrono, who came in recently. I have to work the remaining 4 days. I'm sorry. That sucks. It's the two faces of the chest tattoo. Yeah. Huh. You know, actually, since I don't have work, I'm probably going to be digging into that list that you gave me, Abby. Sorry for the work, Chrono.
Eve's cult tattoos and both of their red eyes and draconic armor. But at the moment, theorizing is all we can do, and I don't want to date after this. Well, there's still a lot of information I need to get across, but I'm not going to drop it all at this moment. After all, there's still a few surprises I want to keep for later, and where's the fun in just spoiling it all now? So the prologue is over, and whoa, we're taking thousands of years into the future where Papa NieR is somehow wandering around. And Yona is alright? Kind of. I mean, she still has the sniffles, but other than that, everything seems to be okay. And remember all the stuff that happened in the prologue? Well, do me a favour and forget all of that for now. No, seriously, forget all about it. I won't be revisiting it for a while.
Chrono is working, so the rest of us, not do anything. Thanks, Chrono. Thank you. Hey, Eve, you feeling all right there, bud? How was your Big Bear trip? Big Bear was okay. It was, you know, stayed mostly inside. There was some sledding happening, but for the most part, it was just fun watching Hermes run around in the snow. Watcher's tattoo, but artists who worked on them insist those tattoos are totally random. So random, you guys, there's no connection, I promise.
NieR explains to us that humanity is now on the brink of global extinction, and all they can do is just sit back and wait for the ticking clock of time to finish them all off.
Random,
but despite
sure.
all of this, the places that NieR visits and inhabits don't look that terrible. The guy has a nice house, the village seems to be thriving, and the surrounding towns seem like a place I'd visit for my holidays. Is this a criticism? It's difficult to say. By painting the post-apocalypse as some fantasy medieval society, it doesn't really give us the impression that these people are on the brink of extinction. Yet I still love it. I mean, don't you love it? As you can plainly see, the game is environmentally much different from that of Drakengard, and this is all a positive thing, in my eyes. Clemps. Listen here, batty boy. I remember you talking shit about Drakengard 2's colourful environments. Could it be that you're biased towards that particular game? Are you a hypocrite? No! I feel like part of the reason I'm okay with this is its change of world and, heck, franchise. My issue with Drakengard 2's sudden change in environment was down to making Midgard look more like an average family-friendly location, whereas in reality it's anything but friendly. In NieR, the location is Earth, so it would make sense the world is a little more bright, despite what Grimoire NieR has told us about what happened over 2,000 years ago. Admittedly, I love how everything looks, but you think you could turn down the glare a smidge? I'd kinda like to see the game I'm playing.
Hold it!
Ah, that part. I hated that part. So bright.
Thanks. Cunt. So what the heck can you do in this idyllic, comfortable, post-apocalyptic hellscape? Very early on, you're given your first ever fetch quest. I know, fetch quests are kind of, what am I playing here? Flife? Cold
Oh my
hard
god,
reality?
Flife!
But
Such
what's
an old
great about
game.
these side quests is that it's exactly what they are. Side quests. They don't impact the main story, and you'll only need to complete a few for weapons, as carrying on from Drakengard tradition, you'll need to collect every weapon in the game if you want to see that sultry final ending. Despite this, I'd still recommend you do some of these. Not only will some of them make your journey a lot easier, like killing this tough to
Does
beat
he
boar,
explain
or
the
not
difference
so
for
tough
the
if you
side
hide behind this
quests?
rock like me, which will grant you an incredibly fast mount to easily traverse the wide open plains. They'll also provide you with a ton of character interactions, which is where most of the humour lies in NieR. If you play the game without exploring the side quest, you may stumble upon a laugh or two, but the back and forth banter between two of the central characters never failed to put a smile on my face. Along those lines, some of them will present you with the backstories of seemingly random NPCs, one of the more popular ones being the old lady in the lighthouse. What starts off as NieR doing odd jobs like trying to get letters delivered to her, turns into a somber tale of a town trying to protect her from the harsh truth of her true love's death. Little moments like these are sprinkled delicately into the game like a bit of spice to perk up a dish. Fucking bam! I mean, what else can they throw in there?
Fishing, lots of fishing. Also, Princess, it turns out I did end up making way too much dessert. You know, that's not a bad problem to have, Chrono. That just means lots of, you know, more and more dessert all the time. No, they're mostly flavor text changes, and that's not really interesting to most people. But it's interesting to me, because it means different things when you're either Father NieR or Brother NieR, okay? I'm just saying. These are very important things that I wish I knew and that he covered.
Oh.
He got both versions, right? He got Gestalt and he got Replicant, the Japanese version?
I forgot about the playthrough stopper.
Fishing. I love fishing.
Friendly tip to anyone playing the game for the first time. Ignore this. Move your analog stick in the direction NieR is leaning. This will save you a lot of stress and bother, and who knows, maybe you'll actually continue your fucking playthrough. So let's go back a bit to the first side quest you get. What it does is introduce you to one of the main questing areas in the game, and it's something you'll get used to pretty quickly. This brings me on to one of my favourite parts of NieR, but also most grating. The soundtrack. When you enter the field, you're blasted with a gorgeous song which really helps bring the place to life. However, I hope you like it, because if you don't, you'll be muting your TV very quickly. The soundtrack loops, which isn't unusual. However, the songs themselves aren't very long, so if you're like me, you'll grow tired of them and eventually irritated. This isn't to say it's bad, in fact it's one of my favourite OSTs of all time, but if I was presented with my favourite meal for breakfast, lunch and dinner, I'd grow bored of it. This is only the case for a few select songs, I'm looking at you, but you'll probably understand where I'm coming from if you played the game. Thankfully, Emmy Evans' fantastic performance as one of the main female vocalists makes it somewhat okay to have the songs nailed directly into your brain. Deliriously excited to hear what she has in store for us in Automata. Of course, there's a reason why I covered all of this now instead of later, because the game presents you with a fairly standard JRPG experience for the first few hours. After being told that the game was dark and soul-crushing, only to be presented with a fairly comfortable ride of no harsh turns here or there, I was wondering whether or not I was playing the right game. Rest assured, I'm positive this was intentional. Allowing the player to fall into a false sense of security before dropping them into a large vat of liquid suffering is a solid way to make sure that when the pain hits, it hits. Moving back to our lovable shriveled prune, he's still being a faithful father to his sick daughter Yona. It's up to Papa NieR to make a living doing odd jobs.
Is the featherless bird still in there? Princess loves that bird. No, that bird makes me cry. BRB, I must Fooger. Get food? Also BRB real fast. No worries, you guys. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna keep going here.
In order to pay for Yona's disease. What's nice about this village is sometimes when you're running through, you'll hear the villagers voice their concerns about Yona's well-being, and even wish NieR the best of luck.
Hey, how's it going?
You tell that daughter of yours to get better soon.
A small detail which gives lifeless NPCs a bit of, well, life. What I find really messed up about NieR making a living in order to pay for Yona is what happens to his counterpart, Brother NieR. In a short story called The Red and Black, it's absolutely canon that Brother NieR at the age of 15 was persuaded to sell his own body to a man living in Seafront in exchange for money. Whilst out on a mission to destroy shades, the man coincidentally is part of the group sent out to dispose of them. Brother NieR takes this as an opportunity to kill the man for making him go through with the act. Sounding familiar to anyone? No? Ringing any bells? Whilst killing this man, Brother NieR picks up on how similar it feels killing a human to Shades. Just the kind of mindset you'd expect from a character who spawns from this particular series. This, to me at least, cements the idea that Brother NieR has the more canonical timeline. That isn't to say that Father NieR's timeline is non-canon, but the brother has a lot more weight to his backstory. You can't really imagine a naive Father NieR agreeing to have sex with a strange man for a fistful of cash. He'd probably just kill the fucker right then and there. But hell, at worst it just means one of the characters has a less fleshed out backstory, which if you think about it is the game in a nutshell. cut out the backstory and put it in a book so old Clemps can dig through it and fill in the blanks. During these introductory missions, we're introduced to an important character in the story named Popola, the leader of the village. Her twin sister Devila also leads alongside her, however she's usually off doing her own thing. Upon returning home after a few fetch quests, NieR tells Yona about a particular flower called a lunar tear. This flower is said to grant the wish of anyone who finds it. A fairy tale to most perhaps, but not to a little girl who would do anything to recover from her illness. When NieR returns home again, he notices Yona has gone missing. Popola tells NieR to head to the Lost Shrine, a location where lunar tears are said to grow. After traversing through this slightly dull dungeon, we reach the main room, where we find Yona and are introduced to our first proper boss fight. This is a decent time to talk about the gameplay changes to NieR compared to the older titles. In Drakengard, the gameplay was very stiff and left a lot to be desired. Magic was a slight saving grace, but overall a lot of the enjoyment came from the aerial battles. In NieR, however, gameplay is solely on the ground, and compared to Drakengard, man, it's a lot more satisfying. Note, I said satisfying and not good. For me personally, the gameplay is serviceable. I never found myself bored of it, mainly due to how ludicrous spilling the blood of your enemies felt. Your dodge is responsive, your attacks have weight behind them, but there isn't much to do in terms of combos. What saves the gameplay is the magic system, which is properly implemented when we're introduced to our second central character, the one and only Grimoire Weiss.
Stop! For the love of all that is holy, stop pounding me!
Not only is Weiss...
You refer to me by my full and proper name.
Fuck you. Not only is Grimoire Weiss a legitimate good source of comedic relief, he also helps you utilize magic. See, NieR doesn't really use magic, it's more like he channels it through Weiss.
Yes.
Magic can range from Wicked Weave fist attacks that are shown in the opening. There are your basic magical projectiles which can be used to counter enemy magic, which opens up a whole new form of gameplay which is kind of unique to NieR. Or at least a game which practices action combat. It kind of turns into a bullet hell, which is fine. I mean, I love bullet hell games. It just definitely feels like it needs a lot more polishing. There's my personal favourite, which ironically requires the least amount of work. It just looks hella flashy and gives off the false impression that I'm good at games. Weiss, wouldn't you know it, managed to get amnesia due to being broken out of his stasis a little too roughly. A good excuse for us to gather magic instead of having all of them presented to us in the start, and it leaves for some decent plot twists along the way. When we take down the boss guardians Hansel and Gretel, we rescue Yona and escape the shrine before the door crumbles. She laments not being able to find a lunar tear, and much to NieR's horror, the black scroll starts to slowly move up her arm, causing Yona to be bedridden yet again. NieR and Weiss have a heart-to-heart about Yona's disease, and Weiss brings up the fact that if he had means of curing her, he would. A nice little line to show players that Weiss isn't just a stick in the mud. He's a grumpy old book with a heart of gold. NieR goes to speak to Devila, who notices something interesting about our new floating friend.
Wait, you're Grimoire Weiss? Oh, that is so cool! He's the white book mentioned in the song I was singing.
When the great black book, Grimoire Noir, plunges the world into chaos, the white book, Grimoire Weiss, will appear with his sealed verses. He will then vanquish Grimoire Noir and restore harmony to the world. Or so the legend goes.
Hold on. If this is the Grimoire Weiss, the holy book from legend sent to defeat an ancient evil, why on earth is this your response?
Oh, that is so cool!
It's like if Big Man Jay dropped down to shame me on my fascination on the human butthole, and all I have to say is, holy moly! NieR gets it into his head that because Weiss can essentially cure all evil as long as he has all of the scattered sealed verses, the assumption is if he gathers all of them, Yona has a chance of being cured.
Right, that
I mean,
makes
what
sense.
other alternative does he realistically have? Popola gives us a lead despite her slightly apprehensive attitude at one of her villagers chasing shadows, so we head to a village called the Eyrie, a village which has closed off trade routes with other villages due to the fear of the outside world and, well... Go away! Just being a bunch of prats, really. After being told to essentially fuck off by the village chief, we head off, but not before we're rudely introduced to one of my favourite characters in all of Taro's work.
Hands off the flowers.
It's Kaine!
That's, quite the outfit. Is she a shade?
Hello, Dima! Hello, welcome. Good morning, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. How are you, Dima? Guys, if you haven't already, check out our friend Dima there. He just recently started streaming again. Yeah, plays a lot of Mustache. Does some just chatting, you know? He's a cool guy. Check him out. We're just watching some analysis videos of Drakengard and NieR. And we just finished part 1. So let's continue. Oh, and I think this is when Clemps started doing like an opening for his videos. So I think it's quite cute, so we can watch it.
Hey everyone, welcome back to part 2 of my NieR analysis. If you haven't already watched part 1, then I heavily recommend you do, or you'll be pretty lost. And speaking of part 1, I feel it's important to correct a couple of mistakes I made, as I don't want misinformation spreading around due to my video. If you remember the scene where I spoke about Red Eye resembling Kime, this is false. The picture isn't from Grimoire NieR at all, which proves how you should always double check your sources. Secondly, Angelus didn't plummet to the ground floor, instead she was impaled on Tokyo Tower and was retrieved from there. Also, if you were wondering who animated this fantastic new intro, then you must go check out the incredibly talented Volta Bass. It's almost a crime how animators as talented as he is have this little subscribers, so please go check him out and send love his way. His Twitter is down in the description as well. Right, I don't want to keep you any longer, so let's jump straight back into the fray. At the ending of part 1, I left you all with the introduction of a new central character, Kaine. But before we go a little deeper into the mentality and biology of our new heroine, you may have noticed this lumbering fuck crawling over to interrupt a squabble that broke out a little while before. This colossal shade is known as Hook and has a dark connection to Kaine's past.
You're gonna pull out your teeth and cram them up your ass!
And as much as I love Kaine, sometimes the vulgarities written into the script come out a little, I think try-hard edgy is the best word to use here, though I'm sure that was the point.
Don't stare your eyes out and piss in your sockets.
The fight with Hook doesn't last all that long, as Kaine uses one final burst of energy to blind the beast in one eye, causing it to slink away to tend to its wounds. Weiss comments on the fact that Kaine is possessed by a shade, allowing her to wield magic. And that isn't all that Kaine keeps secret from the world. If you pay attention to some dialogue text later into the game, you'll note that people fear Kaine and mock her for her differences. What they mean by this is Kaine's hermaphroditism. Kaine possesses female and male genitals, and the game handles it in the best way possible. By not bringing attention to it at all, it's merely hinted at, only being confirmed by the director himself later in an interview, though I
Okay, was trying to wait for a good place to pause. Tired like always, mostly just chatting from now on, I feel. But what in the heck is a Drakengard? A Drakengard is actually the series that led to the start of NieR. So Drakengard had like 5 endings, A, B, C, D, and E, just like how, you know, NieR, Replicant, and Automata have 5 endings. And the ending E, which was supposed to be a joke ending in Drakengard 1, actually resulted in the events of NieR. Nobody asks, how is Drakengard? Drakengard lore is best lore, don't at me. It's really good lore. Dib, hello, welcome. We have just been finishing up, you know, the rest of this. We did watch Drakengard 1 and 3, the Clemps analysis video, and now we're watching the NieR analysis video. I already played NieR, but it's always good to see if I missed anything, you know? How is Shadow Hearts? I know another friend was playing Shadow Hearts. How is that so far? And I'm doing good, Dima. My aunt texted me and she was like, hey, do you want to do dinner tonight? Because we're in town. And I was like, so I've been trying to text her while also watching this, and it's a little bit like stressful. This is why I'm so quiet. I'm at the final boss. Oh, you're at the final boss of Shadow Hearts. How long is the game? Is it like a good 40-hour like RPG, or like tell us about it?
should probably bring up the fact that not everything was down to Taro. The co-writer Sawako Natori played a big part in making NieR and Drakengard the experiences we received. She was the individual in charge of the script writing, and I assume Taro's direction plays a large part in the script's many dark paths, so a lot of Kaine's backstory is down to her. What's fantastic about the aforementioned interview with Taro and Natori regarding Kaine's gender is how little Taro wanted to draw attention to it. This is exactly how I believe gender and sexuality should be approached in video games or media in general. And this is definitely a personal thing rather than a definitive statement. I can see you all tugging at your collars right now. Clemps, stop. Oh god, what are you doing? Fucking stop! Taro was quoted saying, "To me, Kaine being a hermaphrodite wasn't really a point of importance, since people like that do exist in reality. We just don't know about them." I was actually surprised it garnered so much attention after the game was released. There's a similar quote about another one of his characters' homosexuality, who for now shall not be named.
Oh.
If we compare this to current-day BioWare, a company who proudly scream from the high heavens that their game includes LGBT characters, please believe us, oh please God believe us, the difference is obvious. If we look around, we can definitely see homosexuals, few in number they may be. I'm not trying to say don't discriminate or anything like that, just people like that exist, it's simply the way the world works. When Taro says I'm not trying to say don't discriminate, I have a feeling he's not trying to tell you to discriminate or that it's okay, it's that he's not trying to shove his opinion down your throat, and I massively appreciate that as a player. Anyways, I'm going to drag myself away from that topic, but we'll be revisiting it later when we
40 hours or so. So naturally, I've been working at it for 80 hours so far. Well, I hope that the finale pays off because, you know, 80 hours in a game is a really long time. Also, how was everyone's, you know, weekend of the Merry Holidays? Tell me about it. Dima, thank you so much for checking in. I appreciate you.
We meet another character who warranted a direct answer from Taro. After leaving Kaine by herself to recover, we head back to the village, and the story is kind of put on hold for a bit. We're sent to do odd jobs in Seafront, which in the grand scale of things is a glorified side quest hub, but it looks pretty as fuck, so I'm not exactly complaining. Things start to pick up again. We're sent to strengthen our weapons due to the increasing number of shades that are lurking in the shadows near Seafront and the village. When we reach the intended location, the scrap heap, we're introduced to a couple of minor characters, Jacob and Gideon.
Jacob. Gideon.
NieR is sent off to collect materials due to their mother not coming back from her scrap collecting. Reaching the end grants us a nice boss fight where it's obvious Taro hasn't fallen out of love with his fourth wall breaking just yet.
I'm socially burned out. Thanks, Mom. Oh, I'm sorry. The holidays are always rough with like people wanting to like come visit, come see, you know, stay for longer. I also got roped into dinner that I wasn't supposed to stay for that long, but yeah, so that's why my Christmas karaoke stream yesterday got canceled because I didn't get home till like 9 at night. So, you know.
It's working! Rally the mouth. Such an obvious weak point.
Oh heck yeah, I've played video game. It's also worth pointing out that the sealed verses are meant to be finding as a shot-in-the-dark remedy to cure Yona's disease are coincidentally found around each boss we kill. Talk about lucky. Upon defeating the defense mechanism, we find the mother, dead, supposedly running away to live with her secret lover in peace, away from her children. I mean, can you blame her?
Mom was always so frustrated, you know? Torn between her duty to us and her heart.
We found this next to her.
That man wasn't good.
It smells like her bread. It smells like her. Damn it. I'm not gonna cry if Gideon sees me like this. Damn it.
Parting from the boys and unlocking the option to upgrade our weapons with the right materials, we're sent back to the Eyrie, where the village is being attacked by shades. We reunite with Kaine and Hook, who appears to be having just the best time ever.
That was a really gross boss. I hated that boss. Hook. So gross.
The battle with Hook is an annoyance for sure. When you use your finishing blow on certain body parts, he'll jump over to another part of the area, which means navigating this maze of a town. If you've played the game enough, you'll be able to get your way across easier, but as you can see here, half of the boss fight was spent fighting with my lack of direction. When Hook is nearing defeat, he exhales a hallucinatory gas that causes Kaine to hear a voice she hasn't heard in many years.
Grandma.
Kaine. It's me.
Grandma.
Grandma.
When Kaine was a little girl, she had a grandmother. The foul-mouthed old woman was named Carly, or Curly in Replicant. A vulgar yet loving old lady, she protected Kaine from the cruelty of others and taught her about her inner strength and outer strength, giving her the motivation to keep pushing forward. She even made her a wreath made of lunar tears, the legendary flower that most people could live their entire lives without seeing one. But Carly had somehow achieved the impossible. They lived their lives in a strange variation of peace, with comfort at home but ostracization out in the village due to Kaine's physical differences. And as the years went on and Carly's health started to deteriorate, most of her responsibilities laid on Kaine's shoulders. However, on one seemingly normal day, Kaine returned home to see it ablaze. A large shade tortured the aging Carly underfoot as it laughed at Kaine's inability to stop it. This shade was Hook.
Why go on living anymore, Kaine?
We got KFC. That sounds so good.
Is that
I love KFC.
Are you done talking?
Don't speak to your
It's not your grandma. Kill
going
it.
to stop talking now.
Kill it,
And then I'm
Kaine.
going to walk over to you and very carefully extend my hand, reach into your chest, and pull out your fucking heart!
After Hook is killed off for good and Kaine is close to death, NieR's voice somehow brings her back from the brink. This scene, while sweet to an extent, is definitely a good argument as to why Brother NieR would make an overall more suitable protagonist. The way Papa NieR spouts off about how he and Kaine are friends now and his general body movements come off as incredibly awkward, especially for a 39-year-old man.
Yes. You and I are friends now.
Ugh, maybe I'm alone here? I don't know, it just feels like if an older gentleman rescued me and delivered that line, I'd laugh in his face, then promptly vomit.
Makes more
Anyways,
sense when
I'm
it's
picking
Brother
nits.
NieR.
Upon rescuing Kaine, she brings up the fact that she knows a king who suffers from the Black Scrawl. I mean, who doesn't? And he and his people might have come up with a cure since her absence. So, on that note, we head towards the bizarre desert city of Facade, a city which now welcomes Kaine in with open arms due to saving one of their children from a pack of wolves back in the day. Facade is a city composed of citizens who speak a strange language and follow a few strict set of rules. Sorry, did I say a few? I meant a few fucking thousand. One of these rules is to wear a mask that covers your face.
all the
explanation as
rules
to why is never
in
directly
Facade.
stated. Maybe it was a gag that eventually turned into a gimmick. When we enter the city, we're introduced, kinda, to a character named Fira, a young girl who was sent to Facade by disgraced parents due to her face becoming disfigured due to burns. And because of Rule 32, she isn't allowed to speak due to not having land identification. I'm not sure if this rule is specifically for people living in Facade, because NieR and Frem seem to be perfectly fine having a chat if Fira guides us around the town for what seems like 10 bloody hours. After we finally stop following Fira around, we're told that the king has passed away due to the scrawl, making a lot of the journey ultimately pointless. However, there's a slight comedic scene where we find out that the Prince of Facade has gone missing in a location called the Barren Temple, and that Rule 83,348, if the prince goes missing, find him straight away, and Rule 50,527, only royalty may enter the temple, contradict each other. Kaine, coincidentally, knows of a rule that allows her to bend the rules a little due to the city being in debt to her. And so we're off to the Barren Temple. Upon this playthrough, I noticed something familiar with a boss design. Doesn't this boss, and hell, these obstacles, remind anyone of the gargoyle cubes from the Drakengard series? A nice little reference for anyone who kept their eyes open. Completing this dungeon introduces us to another minor character, whose importance will open up more as the game continues. For now though, he serves as another excuse for a cheeky reference. Oh heck yeah, I've played video game. So the prince, now king, is saved, yay! Being in debt to NieR, NieR requests they make a new rule to allow citizens to veto rules that they don't like, yay! We can finally go to a section of the game where I'm not just recapping the story, can actually go into depth about something, fucking yay! When NieR returns home, he has a dream. Oh boy, here we go. The dream isn't displayed to us visually, and we're instead required to read and visualize it for ourselves.
This part.
Fair enough, I don't have an issue with this. However, when we eventually get to the area his dream was hinting towards the location of another sealed verse, we're introduced to the Forest of Myth. I'm imagining a few of the initiated are rolling their eyes right now. The Forest of Myth is a village in a forest. The inhabitants have all been put into a state of seemingly eternal sleep named the Death Dream. I remember being pretty stoked reaching here for the first time because I'm naturally drawn to forest levels. But much to my disappointment, the real problem with this level is how you complete it. It's a text adventure. Symptoms of the Death Dream are being put into a state of constant sleep and only being able to see and speak through text. Sayonara Woodland Adventures. The basis of this text adventure is to complete a riddle, then continue on. If you fail at said riddle, then I hope you like button mashing to get past all the same text again. Now the cause of the Death Dream is rather peculiar. I'm getting ahead of myself a little, but I feel it's important to introduce this character now rather than later. The Death Dream is being created by a colossal tree known as Sleeping Beauty, or at least it's a tree at first glance. Hold on, Clemps, is there any relevance to these bosses and characters being named after fairy tale characters? Does this link into something? The answer to this is not exactly. Apparently the reasoning behind this was NieR's original scrapped plot, which was about worlds within picture books being real and the heroes of the game needing to defeat villainous characters that come from within the books. How this story eventually evolved into a spin-off to Drakengard is a complete mystery, but I'm happy things ended up the way they did. Anyways, back to the tree. What a lot of people don't realise is Sleeping Beauty is an incredibly ancient sentient network computer being fueled by demonic elements.
I still
its
didn't quite
purpose is to store
understand
the
that
history of the past 2,000 years or so.
in the game.
But why? I'm not entirely sure whether Sleeping Beauty's real appearance is covered by the overgrown tree or if it's the tree itself, but regardless, its existence is crucial for one of the most elusive of endings, ending E. NieR and Weiss managed to break the village out of its slumber, but this definitely isn't the last time we're going to be visiting the Forest of Myth or coming in contact with the mysterious Sleeping Beauty. When NieR returns home, he finds out something that shocks him to his core. Yona has been talking to her fucking boy, the hussy. She begs her father to go visit her new pen pal, as according to the letters, he's sick and in a lot of trouble. NieR accepts, being unable to turn down his beloved daughter.
Emil, my boy.
They're like a married couple, it's too cute. When we reach a location of Yona's new friend, the second we swing open the gates, all of the colour from the surrounding area is drained. To begin with, we have no real clue as to why this is the case, but the more we explore and get to know its inhabitants, the more we'll come to realise the artistic reason to making it this way. Something you may notice during this particular segment is what I like to think are callbacks to other games like Resident Evil or
I feel like the answer for this, Abby, is always, it's explained in the novella. So, like, basically, I have to go read. Like, I have to at this point. I really do have to.
Silent Hill due to the camera changes and general creepy manor aesthetic. Reaching one particular room introduces us to another central character, and one that will eventually become a staple in the franchise itself. The young, soft-spoken boy named Emil is blind. However, he isn't blind due to a defect, he's blind out of choice. He wears a blindfold due to petrifying anyone who makes direct eye contact with him, which makes this courtyard full of statues even more creepy. This is one of the reasons why I believe the monochrome colour scheme works for the manor. It gives off a feeling like time itself has been stopped entirely, which reflects in many victims left in the courtyard, their time unfortunately stolen from them. We're sent to find Emil's butler, Sebastian, to find out more information about the letter that Emil apparently didn't send. Turns out the sender of the pen pal letter to Yona was the butler himself, which is also pretty creepy. He states the reasoning behind this was to ask for help from NieR, but Yona misinterpreted it as something else entirely. NieR accepts the butler's request to escort Emil through the shade-filled halls to a location within the manor that may hold a cure for his eyes. The library, which holds the apparent cure, also holds an enemy which looks very similar to our floating friend Weiss. Grimoire Rubrum is fairly easy to take down, but it opens up a lot more questions about Weiss's origins and who the book even is. If there are other grimoires, what are their functions? What is their purpose? We'll find out soon enough.
Fuck, this book is a real asshole!
Yes.
Incredible!
There's places you can read the novellas for free, though. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so that's good. That's good for me specifically because I want to get through all of this. Now the real problem is those answers are explained in the novella, and then more questions are brought up. Ah, I see. Okay.
As it would turn out, the information stored within Grimoire Rubrum wasn't a cure for Emil, but more so a cure for individuals who went through the petrification process. So for now, we leave Emil's mansion. The scene we get before leaving to the village, however, is one of my personal favourites. Maybe I'm biased because it's another Kaine scene, but they allow us to see a different side to her than we have before. She empathises with his hatred of his eyes due to being ashamed of her own body in the past. It's just really well directed and hits me on so many levels. The physicality of the scene is wonderful. The way she moves her hand here is something you never expect from an individual as violent as Kaine, proving to us through a physical gesture that there's so much more to her than meets the eye. She allows Emil to touch the shade part of her body, then whispers a request into his ear, referring to the shade. He visibly flinches at this, and for now, this is all we're going to get.
Hopefully it was nothing inappropriate for a young man of his age.
And after that amazing scene, we're sent back to the village, where Yona's sniffles send NieR on a seemingly innocent fetch quest to gather some herbs to ease her coughing. However...
Hold on, 1 second, you guys. My dog hurt himself. He, like, fell off the couch. 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. Give me, like, a couple minutes to figure out if he's, like, 100% okay or not, and I'll be back. Okay. Okay, guys. Hello, I'm back. I think he's okay. He just, he was sitting on the sofa a little bit weird, and I think he fell off, but he is just, he got back on. He is sitting, just staring at me. He didn't want to give me his paw, but, I think he's okay and not hurt. nothing. He's not flinching when I touch him, so I think he's doing okay. Yeah, bud? Okay, I'm sorry, buddy. You want your toy? Get it. Get it, Hermes. Get it. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. I think he's okay. Princess Jin wants me to pass on a message. What is Jin's message, Gunny?
Pressure. Oh god, there's so many of them.
So many what?
Get out. Get out of the village.
She insists that I let you know that she and I had craft dinner lately and it was lovely. You know, this came up in a conversation where I was telling people this story of, I have this friend who prefers craft dinner mac and cheese, like, compared to a gourmet mac and cheese meal, and everyone I told this story to was like, ew, why? So you know what? Just so you know, this is a very normal thing to be confused about, because craft dinner is not the epitome of mac and cheese. Thank you for the hydrate, Batonia. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Too embarrassed to give paw? That's probably what it was. Thank you for the head pat as well. I appreciate you. All right, here we go.
The shades are coming.
It's at this stage in the game where the seemingly comfortable JRPG experience is torn from under our feet and the suffering is slowly being drip-fed into our systems.
The hell's going on?
No time. Get everyone into the lot. Someone make sure Yona's safe!
Don't worry. I'll go and get her.
Within minutes of the Shades breaking into NieR's quiet little village, a behemoth-sized shade named Jack of Hearts breaks the protective gate and begins its rampage.
We can't let him get to the library no matter what!
I love you.
Within the library, Emil is fighting back the Shades via means of petrification, but Jack isn't ready to keel over and defeat just yet. After slamming his ass into the basement, you'd think victory is all but assured, right?
Give me the key!
Right.
Fuck.
Oh, let's break it! Damn! Oh, time to accelerate!
Dear God.
Without a doubt, this was a point in the game where I started to question what the fuck was going on. Something you may notice right off the bat is the resemblance of our main character and the Shadow Lord, leader of the Shades. This becomes especially apparent if you look at Replicant's version, which resembles the younger counterpart, and if I can speak freely, just looks miles more interesting. With this though, there's no denying that the Shadow Lord and NieR have a connection. Then with the reveal of the aforementioned Grimoire Noir, who we've met at a previous point in the game, well, it definitely makes you think, doesn't it? Vice and Noir have what I'm assuming to be a telepathic conversation where yet again, the physical acting is on point for an entire cutscene where the characters in questions are fucking books.
No, I cannot. I will not.
The time has come for us to create a new and perfect world.
Noir tells Vice that both of the books are servants of the Shadow Lords, and since they have collected all of the sealed verses, they can fuse together to, and I quote, set free Shades to the world. He even lets on to the fact that NieR finding Vice and being told to collect the sealed verses were all set in motion by the Shadow Lord. Vice, ultimately confused by the current events, begins to hear the voices of his companions calling him back, one in particular being the Oscar-worthy performance of Kaine.
Start making sense, you rotten book, or you're gonna be sorry. Maybe I'll rip your pages out one by one, or maybe I'll put you in the goddamn furnace. How can someone with such a big smart brain get hypnotized like a little bitch, huh? Oh, Shadow Lord, I love you, Shadow Lord.
I love this bit in the game.
Shadow Lord. Now pull your hat on your goddamn ass and start fucking helping us!
The rest of them turn my stomach a little with the whole power of friendship vibe they have going on, but Vice eventually breaks free of Noir's control.
Vice!
Good to see you, Kaine. Although I don't think anyone has ever accused me of being a little bitch before.
We must unite. We must become as one.
I don't like you.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
In a final act of desperation, Noir sends an attack hurtling towards Vice, but NieR takes the blow. The Shadow Lord wins the fight and takes off with an unconscious Yona. Not only is NieR unable to fight, but Kaine is realizing time is running out for her as well, as the Shade is about to take over her body. She requests to be petrified in front of a basement door, stopping Jack from making his escape and the Shade from taking over.
No more crying, okay? strong.
What's wrong with your face?
Never lose hope. Nice.
Spare me the goodbye, hussy. I imagine it will take more than this to kill you.
I doubt it.
Welcome to NieR, 5 years in the future after Yona's kidnapping. This is where the game really comes into its element, and it's a shame because I know for a fact many people dropped it before this point. I'm sure a lot of you are wondering why Papa NieR is now wearing dirty briefs on his head, and the honest answer is... I mean...
You know, I didn't notice that, but okay. Kaine has the best lines. Kaine does have the best lines. Kaine is such a character.
They kind of make him look cool. Maybe they had no idea how to differentiate this Papa NieR with a time skip version. Again, this is something Replicant did much better than
They did really
now
good
the game has
in
changed its
Replicant.
motive. Instead of
Yeah.
hunting for a cure for Yona, we're hunting for Yona and a cure for Kaine. Before Popola hands us a letter from Emil stating he may know a cure for Kaine's petrification, NieR brings up the fact that it's as if Popola hasn't aged a day since the first time he met her. But she brushes it off as an embarrassing compliment. Surprisingly, this is a pretty sly little nod to events that will later unravel. Upon reaching Emil's mansion for the second time, he tells us he's found some information about a room in the manor called the Planning Room, which might be able to grant Emil the power to harness all forms of magic, which can not only revive Kaine, but might be able to grant him the ability to cure his eyes. I also feel like it's a good point to bring up how on earth magic is even a thing in this universe, as I forgot to bring it up in part 1, when I brought up the fact that Angelus's corpse released a particle into
yes.
the world known as demonic element. Well, by harnessing demonic element, scientists were able to develop magic. Note how a lot of the magic used in the game is
red.
blood red, just like Angelus herself. We're led to the courtyard where the secret entrance to the manor is revealed, and hello? Well, this is getting more and more suspicious by the minute. Turns out the manor was a front this whole time. Back in the era after the Queen Beast fell, a group of who I assume to be scientists and military personnel were involved in using demonic element in order to make weapons to combat the waves of Legion that was slowly spreading across the map. The method they used to make these weapons, however, were immoral. 2 human children, codenamed Number 6 and Number 7, were experimented on in order to make this perfect weapon. Eventually, Number 6
were they
was a
twins,
supposed
or were they-
success, but due to leaving her human heart within the finished product,
I forget if they were twins or if they were just brother and sister, but I remember I feel like my misconception of them being twins is because after this part in the game, you get the heavy weapon called Fang of the Twins, I think, which is why I feel like I keep thinking they're twins, but I don't think they are. Halula, right? And Emil?
she went berserk, almost destroying the facility in the process. The human child, Number 7, was quickly given the ability to petrify anything that came in contact with his eyes, allowing the skeletal beast to be kept out of harm's way.
remember them
Number
being
6 was
unrelated.
named Halua, and was Emil's one and only sibling.
Yeah, sister, right? But I don't know if they're twins or not.
Thank you. Halua.
So sad.
Good God.
Welcome back, Emil. You've been through a lot.
But my body.
Yeah, I know.
I can't stand to be with you when I look like this.
What did I tell you? We're here for you, no matter what.
Oh, so sad. Not gonna lie, that scene hit harder without Halua talking. I feel like the new replicant where she talked felt less impactful. Oh, really? I just remember that being quite sad, like that part of the story. Especially because Emil figures out, that he's like just a weapon that was developed, and how cruel the scientists were.
Oh my god, look at all of you! Thank you to every subscriber, new and old, for continuing to support my dream of entertaining people. Thank you to everyone who shouted me out, and you know exactly who you are. You're the lifeblood of this channel, and I wouldn't have gotten this far without you. Hugs and kisses, and I'll see you all in part 3.
Okay, let's watch part 3, and this is the last part of the NieR series, and then we'll take a pause and see if we have time for the automata analysis, or I might have to save that for another day after I go through, you know, some more novellas and stuff, and on my own time. That might be fun as well. Only 3 parts for Replicant, yeah.
And welcome back to the 3rd installment of my NieR analysis. Click these cheeky links here to watch part 1 and 2 respectively. Apologies if the majority of this is story recapping, but I feel it's not only important for people who want to get into this series but maybe don't have the money to splash out on a 7th generation console. I also feel it's necessary in order to give context to a lot of the stuff I analyse. Besides, NieR analysis and story recap just ain't catchy. So with that out of the way, it's time to rev up the engines once again.
Can you see my face?
Almost immediately after Emil digivolves into Skelemil via fusing with his sister Halua, he seems to have gotten over the initial shock about losing his body. The fatherly comfort or bishy boy charms emanating from both versions of NieR more than likely helping him through it. If you want to learn more about Halua, there's a short story called The Stone Flower, which is fully translated on the NieR wiki, which is just, oh no. To give you all a short summary, we'll be here till doomsday, it's a story about Halua and Emil's gradual transformation into weapons, the adults taking advantage of the children's naivety and Halua desperately trying to protect Emil's innocence. Recently, due to Taro's rather interesting way of concealing his identity, the new body that Emil's consciousness inhabits is more than definitely the poster child for the series as a whole. On a side note, it's strange watching multiple interviews of Taro and seeing the mouth glued shut, only to skip to the game and oh my god, I forgot it even had movement.
Seeing me doesn't petrify her. You know, in fear.
Shortly after this, we get to watch Emil's new magic in action as he releases Kaine from her stone prison.
And Kaine, like, recognizes him right away, which also is
The beast
sad.
approaches.
It makes me happy.
But we dispose of him really easily, so yeah, just fuck off, Jack. When Emil is shouting to Kaine to wake up from her 5-year slumber, it's important to note she first believes his voice to be her grandmother's, as before she met with NieR and crew, she was the only person who would treasure Kaine being alive. But as she wakes up, she's met with 3 misfits who are now the 3 forces who also spurn her to continue living. It's also pretty sweet how Kaine recognises Emil straight away despite his new form, showing the two have a strong emotional connection.
Good to see you, Kaine.
You look like shit.
It's what we've all been saying.
But not long after Kaine is brought back, both Popola and Devola have a rather cruel but understandable request. The villagers are scared of Emil and Kaine and don't want them hanging around the village. It's not necessarily Popola and Devola's fault.
I hated that part of the story, like in the game where they're like, yeah, they can't be in here. And I'm like, they fucking protected everyone. Hello, Spaghetti Snake, coming in with a joke, says, I applied to be a doorman, but didn't get the job due to lack of experience. That surprised me. I thought it was an entry-level position, but all right. Hello, welcome in, Spaghetti Snake. We are continuing the NieR analysis from Clemps. This is part 3, in case you're dropping in just from some page. I'm not sure.
But after the Shade attacks on the village, it'd be a little unusual for the villagers to be totally fine with letting a couple of strangers who look like a floating human corpse and a woman possessed by the very thing that helped kill friends and family members roam through the village prejudice-free. Both Emil and Kaine understand this, but NieR isn't having any of it. He realises that even 5 years ago, Kaine would sleep outside of the village, but he was too focused on helping Yona to notice. As the screen fades to black, we see a darker side to our protagonist than we've seen before. You know, minus all of this. He mentions wanting to
to grab and strangle Popola due to her decision, but he notes that they were only doing this for the sake of the village, and that anger won't solve anything. He actually apologizes the day after for flying off the handle, but Popola aggressively defends his right to feel angry over his friend's treatment. This tiny little segment is easy to skim over, but it's pretty important, as one of the only few scenes where we get to read and understand exactly what's going on in our protagonist's head. After apologies are swapped, Popola gives us a huge breakthrough into the location of the Shadow Lord's current whereabouts. She tells us to take a boat and travel to the Lost Shrine through a secondary entrance due to the previous entrance now being blocked off. Apparently, the location of the Shadow Lord is linked into this place, so this isn't exactly something NieR and crew can simply ignore. When we reach the main room where we originally met Weiss, we see that one of the Guardians, Gretel, is still alive and kicking. Something else to keep in the back of your mind is that when Gretel crashes through the ceiling, we hear it speaking in a language that we can't completely make out.
This part. And then Kaine goes insane.
Regardless of this, we take down the smaller shades surrounding it and take a shot at finishing the Guardian, but it's all psych and causes Kaine to just spill all of the jam. It's after this that we really finish Gretel off, and we rush over to check on Kaine. But oh no, the seals storing away the QB burst free from Naruto. Okay,
Thank you for the hydrate, Betonia.
The shade that possesses Kaine takes full control at this point, as she's unable to hold it back. We engage in a reasonably challenging boss fight where she jumps around like a mad woman possessed, oh wait, and pummels your unprepared butthole with waves upon waves of magical bullets. Snapping Kaine out of her possession grants us a fantastic performance by Julianne Taylor, the voice actress of Emil.
If you transform again, we'll just stop it again, as many times as it takes. I don't care how tough it is, we're gonna get you back. I like sleeping outside because I'm with you, Kaine. I'm able to ignore my appearance and keep going because of you. I'm weak and sad and lonely, but somehow you make me strong. You're my friend and I need you, so you can't go away.
Oh, Emil.
Something else I want to quickly point out before I move on is how NieR has some really tight voice acting all in all. Liam O'Brien nails the character of Weiss, though sometimes I can't shake the fact that his delivery strongly reminds me of one of O'Brien's previous characters.
You are not prepared.
Stop pounding me!
We find a mysterious stone fragment at the very end of the room and bring it back to Popola, who claims it's part of a key to the Shadow Lord's castle. The part we obtained was named the Stone Guardian, referencing Gretel. There's the Lore of Robotics, located at the Junk Heap, and the Memory Tree, referencing our old friend Sleeping Beauty. The other two, Sacrifice and Loyal Cerberus, are a mystery to Popola, but we'll obviously run into them during our story progression. We're given the option to visit either the Junk Heap
it's
or the
so
Forest of
good.
Myth, which is nice.
It's
nice
good.
because in order to unlock the various endings, you'll need to repeat these segments, so it's good to mix things up even by a little bit. I decided to go for the Junk Heap first, and as soon as we enter, we're shown a flashback from 4 to 5 years ago of the two brothers, Jacob and Gideon. As Gideon rushes off to harvest a piece of scrap, a large robotic foot comes into frame, appearing to cause a large amount of debris to fall onto Jacob, crushing him. Gideon, distraught at this, rushes to help, but what we aren't shown in the shot is Gideon ripping his brother's arm off in a desperate attempt to free him. This is the true downfall of Gideon, and the beginning of his complete mental breakdown. During this traumatic event, he notices the robotic life form, and from that moment on, he blames everything that has happened to his family on machines. When we meet up with Gideon in the current day, we see he's missing an arm. This is down to the extreme guilt he felt after tearing off his brother's arm, so he began to damage his own, eventually having it completely replaced with a mechanical one. When we originally talk to him, he seems relatively normal. NieR asks him about the whereabouts of Shades, but Gideon is more interested in robots, allowing a little break in his seemingly normal persona. Gideon hands us a weapon, however, it's not exactly in good condition.
I still hate Gideon almost as much as Sarah. I don't like Gideon at all. Was Sarah really that bad in Drakengard? Okay, I'm leaving for my movie soon. Bye. Have fun with the rest of the stream. Thank you, show. I hope you have a good time watching Avatar 2. Please let us know what a shit show it is in Discord. Maybe spoiler it, but I'm never gonna go watch it, so you should let us know how it is. Have fun, show. Bye. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you.
He sends us down to the basement level where we take out a few robots in order to receive some memory alloy to upgrade it. Part of me would like to think you didn't even need memory alloy to begin with, and Gideon was just sending you there to assist in his revenge. After this, well, we've got to be fucking patient. He can't fix it in an instant, not like it's a video game or anything. Whilst waiting for Gideon, I decided to let NieR go back and visit Popola, where she tells us we have some mail waiting for us, ever the helpful one. Turns out we have a royal summon from the King of Facade who's getting married.
And before I jump into the wedding itself, I feel it's important to talk about something within the surrounding area facade that are pretty important, and I didn't go into much detail in part 2. The wolves. I brought up the fact that Fira was attacked by wolves, but I didn't go into detail about how they infest the desert area surrounding the city. They become a very well-known presence, and even on your first visit to Facade, we notice the leader of the pack appears to be a shade. Upon revisiting Facade, the interesting shade named Rock plays a much more interesting role. And speaking of important roles, we meet the king, where he introduces us to his new wife-to-be. Probably worth mentioning that the king is now aged 15, and his fiancée, Fira, is 10.
Oh, dang. Okay. You know those people that are overly optimistic even when they're about to die, and if they would just shut up and get out of my way, nobody would have to die? That's I see. So, basically that personality dialed up to 100 to a fault. I see.
And she's somehow taller than everyone in the room. What do you feed people in your city? Before the night of the wedding, we start talking to the party members about their opinions on the whole event, or their well-being in general. Kaine predictably doesn't want any of it, but Emil seems quite fond of the idea of marriage. Sorry, my dog is sleeping and I'm just watching him. He's so adorable! If he met a girl who could accept him for who he is. He asks NieR about his wedding, but NieR shrugs it off, saying it was a long time ago and it isn't important. Emil notes that it's important to him. Oh boy, here we go. Emil is gay.
Emil loves NieR.
What? Woo! This is something a lot of people miss, and I can't blame them in the slightest, especially in the version the West got.
Okay, but it wasn't. Wait, okay, maybe they changed the dialogue, but it was pretty clear in Replicant when I played that he was in love with NieR. No?
To NieR and Gestalt previously being married, of course the dialogue is going to be different here. In Replicant, Emil discusses brother NieR's potential future marriage and what kind of person he wants to be his bride. Once the brother leaves the room, Emil says that he wants to be his bride. Now before I go any further, it's probably worth pointing out that no, Emil's sexuality doesn't really play a big part in the game itself. There's no big celebration or anything like that, it's just who Emil is. An interviewer asked Taro about the unusual sexual preferences in his games, but Taro responded with how he never intended for these characters to be unusual. It's just how you as a person view them in the real world. The line where Emil talks about finding a nice girl to marry is, well, it would obviously lead a lot of people to believe he's heterosexual, or at least bisexual, but nope. Even the interviewer asked if these feminine feelings were spurned on by his fusion with Halua, but Taro answered this rather quickly with, no, Emil is gay. Not meaning to spotlight my own sexuality here, but more so using it as an example. But I remember being 12 like Emil and not realising I was into more than one gender. I just thought the feelings I felt towards the same sex were natural or inconsequential and that I was completely heterosexual. But as I'm sure you can all see, as the years went on I gladly embraced my sexuality with open arms and legs. The same can be said for Emil, I'm sure. His feelings towards brother NieR being a crush and his feelings towards Papa NieR being more like a father figure, but that schoolboy crush still somewhat intact. Though that being said, since Emil has been around since the Queen Beast incident, this will make him a 1,470-year-old with the brain and body of a 12-year-old, so I guess he's had a lot of time to think about which chest is best. And the wedding begins. Everything seems to be going along relatively smoothly and the celebrations are in full blast. It's fairly sweet that a short story called A Little Princess focuses exclusively on Fira's adjustment to Facade and her gradual relationship with the prince.
So now there's two stories I have to read, A Stone Flower and A Little Princess.
And their relationship bloomed ever since. That is until a wounded soldier interrupts the festivities, announcing that the wolves are coming.
This reminds me of the end of Shrek 2. Fira. I don't remember the ending of Shrek 2. There's 14 stories you need to read, child.
Fira's death signals the beginning of the king's complete need to wipe out all of the wolves. His advisor tries his best to get the king to act more like a
Time to
title,
put in
but the
shit
king
just
is still
got
young,
real.
and not to forget, heartbroken. When NieR and co decide to join the young king in his quest for revenge, there's a sweet scene where the advisor and the soldiers pledge their loyalty to the king, the deceased queen, and his quest for revenge, as it's not just the king who wants revenge on the animals, but he still needed to get permission from the city first, as there are rules about this sort of thing after all. NieR helps the young king and his men take down the wolves in their den, and not long after, the king deals the finishing blow on the shade. The musical cue would lead us to believe this is a sad death, but for now, we're not exactly sure as to why. This grants us the next part part of the key, the loyal Cerberus. The final scene for this particular segment has the party surrounding Queen Fira's grave, as the king talks about the people of the mask living and dying by their rules, but sometimes rules are there to be broken, which is something he told Fira many years ago. Moving on, Gideon has sent us a letter confirming the weapon has been completed. When we go visit him, he asks another favour of you.
I want you to avenge my brother, the ones in the mountain. That little shade and his robot.
There are shades here?
Kill him. Kill that robot.
Rip him up!
Locating the robot named P33, from first glance it looks like it's being controlled by the shade perched on top of its head. Of course, NieR has no time to mess around and we slowly start to take it down. In its second form, it uses some form of magnetism to grant it
Tropical,
flight, as it appears to be
hello!
smashing the roof, causing debris to fall onto our heroes.
Welcome in,
Of course,
Tropical. I
we
hope you had a
eventually
good
defeat the machine,
weekend.
where we see Gideon's psyche
Merry
truly
Christmas,
break
happy
down.
holidays.
You stupid
Happy
machine.
Boxing Day.
My family. You took everything from me.
Gideon, you are a broken child.
But he's dead. And it's this bastard's fault.
Poor
Hitting
BP.
it
Poor
makes me feel
BP.
better. No one can stop me.
Also, we get the Lore of Robotics killed! Next, I decided to bite the bullet and visit the Forest of Myth for the next part, but that being said, there's a lot of interesting things that present themselves to us if we're ready to sit down and read and not just open up an online guide.
I always feel like I recognize the voice actors in this game. This game has some very iconic voice actors, no? Like O'Brien, and then also Laura Bailey, right? Voices Kaine. No, it's not an American thing, but it is here in Canada, and it worked. Oh, Tropical, by the way, I'm not sure why. I tried to send you your raffle prize yesterday, and it says you're still not eligible. So I think we need to be friends for a little longer. But I was able to complete the raffle prizes for LJ and Bishop. But I think I have to wait a little bit longer to give you your gift. So that is why you haven't received it yet. When I said Yoko Taro took a chunk out of the budget just for the voice actors, I meant it. So both in English and in Japanese. Then I don't know the Japanese VAs that well. Like, I'm not really big in that world, but I know like those two are pretty big VAs in the English world, English video game world.
This time, we're going head-on with Sleeping Beauty in the form of another text adventure yet again. And since I've already mentioned Sleeping Beauty being a sentient network computer, the introduction where it talks about gathering humanity's memories like dew and storing them deep in its roots make a lot of sense. We're then shown a trilogy, kinda, of short stories. The first one is about a boy with white chlorination syndrome, hinted at by the lines, "The boy's skin is a shade paler than the bleached hospital sheets upon which he lies." It also mentions the only joy in this boy's hospital life being a young girl that would visit him. However, she eventually stops and he dies
Birds.
alone. The next story is very interesting, and I'll be returning to it later. It's about a female warrior leading an attack on the Red Eyes. The story mentions she might have a daughter, but her drug-addled mind could possibly be making it up. The story ends with her laughing in the middle of a battlefield, staring up at a large beast that blots out the sky. The third one is about a red dragon who fell from the heavens, but Sleeping Beauty just happened to forget about that. In fact, Sleeping Beauty has been forgetting an awful lot, more than likely due to age. It feels like it's lost.
I think you can. I just think that we haven't been friends for the like correct amount of time on Steam, because I think you have to be friends for like a certain amount of time before you can gift stuff to people. I know you recently added me, so I'm waiting for that like time limit to expire before I send you the gift card. Yes, birds.
Lost its purpose, the memories it once proudly stored being lost, never to be recalled. When NieR and Weiss enter the room, they find a small shade which appears to be consuming memories in the shape of crystals. When NieR slices through the shade, crystals burst from its belly, which leads us to believe this little shade is what's causing Sleeping Beauty to lose its memory. However, it turns out that the little shade more than likely is the tree, possibly manifesting from being a sentient life form created from an otherworldly magic. Either that, or it's a shade that assimilated itself with Sleeping Beauty, becoming a physical shell for the ancient computer. When the shade, or Sleeping Beauty, touches NieR's arm, it reacts reacts with overwhelming surprise and joy since its complete solitude for over 1,000 years. It begins to feel emotions it wasn't designed to feel, and it managed to feel this through NieR. Whether or not it's absorbing new emotions or simply creating them from nothing is up for debate. Apparently, NieR is the key to its release, something which was promised to it many years ago, more than likely talking about its termination. As Sleeping Beauty begins to feel pain, it realises time is running short. Whilst grabbing another part of the key, I love the detail put into this section. As the world of words begins to crumble, so does the text on the screen. The final question it poses for us is who is most important to us in the world, and after that, Sleeping Beauty is satisfied, presumably shutting down. The final part of the key is found in the Eyrie, where Popola was sent a letter by the village chief talking about opening a shop and marketplace within the village that allow many visitors from around the world to come and take a look, essentially opening its arms to strangers for the first time in years. Understandably, this comes off as a bit suspicious, even more so when...
You'll be destroyed! All of you! I don't trust anyone.
The marketplace itself isn't exactly strange, and they actually end up selling you things. This all changes, however, when a guard mentions knowing something about the letter, and when NieR tells him his goal is to eliminate every last shade.
Yes. They all become shades. Or they were
Many
shades?
of the villagers are turning into shades and are attacking the party. In this cutscene, we see a supposed shade defending her brother. When Kaine takes her out, her real form is revealed and swiftly enacts her revenge. I feel like Kaine is doing this a lot. At one stage, we see what appears to be Bayonetta summoning an infernal demon, but it turns out to be a collection of the slain shades combining themselves into one grotesque mass, called Wendy. I mean, yeah, looks like a Wendy. Emil seems apprehensive about taking down the creature, as he implies it didn't only absorb shades, but it absorbed the villagers too, though this doesn't really matter to NieR and Weiss. During the fight, Emil succumbs to the will of his friends and fucking Expelliarmus the frick out of Wendy, and during his second attempt combined with NieR, they manage to kill the beast. But Emil's instincts as the ultimate weapon start to take over, causing him to essentially nuke the entire village, killing bystanders and leaving a crater where Kaine's village used to be.
I killed innocent people.
Oh, Emil.
I killed them all.
But you saved our lives.
Then it's all okay. Receiving the final part of the key, dubbed Sacrifice, get it? We can finally enter the Shadow Lord's castle, which is located in the exact same area we found Weiss and fought with Hansel and Gretel. Both Deviler and Popola are here to see us off, as well as passing on gossip that the village is ablaze with the news that NieR is finally off to save Yona. Popola seems a little apprehensive to see her villager go off, but she lets us go regardless. Breaking the seal to the entrance, we're introduced to one of the nicer looking environments in the game. Definitely not the kind of final dungeon aesthetic I was usually used to whenever I played a JRPG. Now I'm sure a few of you are wondering where on earth this is. I mean, it clearly isn't anywhere near the Lost Shrine, because later into the dungeon we notice we're now in a city. I'm not sure if it's meant to be Tokyo or not. Taro answered this question in an interview, stating that behind the altar there's an elevator that brings you a long way underground, then there's a pathway that leads to the castle. Position-wise, it's located behind the mountains of a lost shrine. These two doves, presumably machines, pose the party a series of 3 questions. The answers are passwords to continue on. Why did humans disappear from the world? How can humans extend their lives? And what is the destination of souls? The answers to these, in order, are because of a black disease, by separating body from soul, and they are placed in their corresponding shells. This is a hint towards the direction the game is going in. The direction being a fucking rabbit hole.
It's the twins from your village.
Popola, Deviler, what are you doing
That was pretty crazy.
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village?
No,
And
you
down
were
the
the
rabbit
ones
hole
that
we
like
go.
fucking
Deviler and Popola now stand in our way,
told
but they make it
us to do this in the
absolutely
first
clear that they
place.
didn't want to fight with us. When Weiss begins to question their motives, Popola snaps at him, claiming he's a traitor. Shortly after, the twins appear to drain Weiss of his powers, only to reveal that they didn't copy anything. More so, they're taking back what was loaned to him. After the battle stops, the twins drop a comment that proves they're closer to the Shadow Lord than what was originally thought. They take off, asking NieR to find his own truth about the situation, and in the next segment we're greeted to an unusual room with ghostly figures having what appears to be a gay old time. But it doesn't last all that long, as I'm sure you can guess. Kaine breaks down the next door, only to find something strange hidden behind it.
babies. Like how these games go, yeah, normal JRPG. Psych, let's ruin your emotions.
One of the flying shades
Let's
beckons
see.
to the orbs, fusing with them and turning into a ball for some strange reason. Reusing assets, maybe? Taking down ball number 1 introduces us to Mecha Ballzilla, aka Goose, who's a primary threat for most of our ascension into the castle. Goose is apparently unable to die, but this is only due to the fusion of many shades combined into one entity. When all hope seems lost, our friends from Facade apparently found our whereabouts. They open the next door and force us out.
That was
keeping
really
Goose busy
sad.
So we can save Yona. Finally, we're brought before the twins again, where the biggest twist of the game is unceremoniously dumped on our heads. Deviler and Popola aren't humans. Well, neither is NieR or Kaine. In fact, the only true human in the room is Emil, though now it's difficult to even call him one. The twins are a couple of androids who have been around since the beginning of humanity's downfall, otherwise known as observers. Androids would later appear in Drakengard 3 and have a primary focus of NieR Automata. These two specifically were created primarily to watch over replicants till their gestalts could rejoin them. What the fuck did you just say, Clemps? You having a stroke, my dude? Gestalts are the original name for shades. Shades are humans, or at least the souls of humans.
Yes.
Replicants are, well, what we originally thought were humans.
Just
so people like
bodies.
NieR, Kaine, the villagers, etc. Project Gestalt was a last resort by humanity to keep the race alive, by separating body and soul via touching mass-produced versions of Grimoire Noir. Replicants were originally meant to be shells that Gestalts could rejoin after the White Chlorination epidemic was over. However, due to a rather big error in the system, replicants became self-aware, making it impossible for the Gestalts to fuse with them. This causes a majority of Gestalts to relapse and go berserk. However, it also affects the replicant, in the form of the Black Scrawl. But this isn't the case for many shades, as most completely retain their sanity. Something that a lot of people miss on their first playthrough is how the little shades that you first fight in the
They
game
don't
near the village
attack
entrance
you.
don't attack you at all. They also drop school books. NieR has been slaughtering children. A very fair question to ask is, if Gestalts are mere souls of humans, why can they bleed? Taro answered this, saying that when Gestalts are attacked, their wounds temporarily return to their human state, which is why they can bleed and die just like
I
a
do
regular
remember
human.
this.
Something which blew me the fuck away during my research was how much thought went into the little details in this game, specifically the scroll. I'm just gonna transform into Professor Clemps here for a second. You'll remember I mentioned that the Black Scrawl appears to be some kind of text, right? Same applies to when you use magic. The symbols that we see are all part of the
So this
celestial
is
alphabet.
hold on, this is what you were talking about, right? That it's alphabet?
Kind of text, right? Same applies to when you use magic. The symbols that
So there was meat box. Yeah, okay, I remember that. Interesting. So are all of the Black Scroll, like if you were to lay it out, would they make like sentences and stuff? Has anyone done that for all of the Black Scroll in like the games? Merry Christmas, Ploppies! Hello, Sputnik. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good Monday. I hope you had a good Christmas holiday. Or if you don't celebrate Christmas, I hope it was a happy holidays for you. Welcome, welcome.
we see are all part of the celestial alphabet. There are a series of 4 letters from this alphabet that link all of the Drakengard games and NieR together. They were found on the Seed of Destruction that Furiai entered. Some of the seals in Drakengard 2 also have these letters, and finally, the boss seals within Drakengard 3.
I think someone's done that before. I forgot where I saw that Reddit post though, but you could 100%. Ah, interesting. Filled with traditional Christmas food. Yum! I love Christmas food. I had a rib roast yesterday and it was delish, the best.
What these stand for are A, C, G, and T. Adenine, cytosine,
DNA,
guanine,
Gattaca!
and thymine. All of these are found within DNA. The general consensus seems to be that the Black Scrawl is meant to show how the DNA synchronization between Replicant and Gestalt has well and truly messed up. Moving back to Project Gestalt, the fusion between Replicant and Gestalt was meant to be performed with a fusion of Grimoire Weiss and Grimoire Noir, hence the line set free shades to the world. However, due to Weiss's memory loss, he's seen as a traitor by Deviler and Popola, by not allowing humanity to return to their new bodies. In fact, what's interesting to note here is how Weiss was originally human himself. In the short story And Then There Were None, it's read in a perspective of Weiss as a young man being put into a room with various strangers in a kill or be killed situation, each with a strange blank book by their sides. All of the people within this room are or were previously children soldiers working for the Hamelin organization. It's also important to note that the Hamelin organization
organization later went on to create Project Gestalt. These children soldiers were given the very first anti-white chlorination syndrome drug named luciferase, as it was more effective with younger patients. The Hamelin organization would proceed to send these children out to vanquish the legions as they could no longer be infected. Within the room is a young woman who we became acquainted with on the battlefield due to saving her from being frozen with fear in front of legions. Weiss grew attached to this girl. Later on in this room with no clear exits, a fight breaks out between a man and a woman. The woman slaps the man and the man goes to strike her. However, a black hand reaches out from the book beside the woman and crushes the man. The book that belongs to the man sucks up his corpse, the cover turning aquamarine in colour and a strange face materialising on the front. As voices fill the room, presumably from scientists telling him that only two can remain, a bloody battle breaks out. The man we know to be Weiss works together with the girl, but she protects him from a vital blow, being impaled by a black spike. As her body was being sucked into her book, he desperately clung onto her hand, begging her not to disappear, but it wasn't enough. Her book turned blood red, the face on the front not resembling hers at all. What's tragic about this is all these years later, Weiss couldn't remember the book of the woman he begged not to disappear, even when they were face to face. The man that murdered the girl would eventually be Grimoire Noir. Him and Weiss were the last two men standing. However, the voices never once said that the remaining two would leave. The men we know to be Weiss and Noir are sucked into their books, and as he learns of his new name, Grimoire Weiss, he couldn't stop laughing. Moving back to the final confrontation with the android twins, they want NieR's shell.
So they were all related. Funny that, huh? Interesting. Also, I feel like he's kind of describing everything up to ending A. How is this the last part of NieR? Because the other endings, I don't know that you can describe them so quickly. Imagine becoming a book. I would love to become a book. I love reading.
To return back to its rightful owner. I'm sure a lot of you can assume who NieR's body was originally meant to be for. They engage us in battle and we manage to mortally wound Devila. The scene where Devila tells Popola she loves her as her final words is not only heart-wrenching but also another memorable scene that stuck with me long after my first playthrough.
Popola. Let's stop this now.
Stop. Stop. You want me to stop? You think I have the luxury to stop? You cut down my sister like an animal, and you tell me to stop?
Hey, Neat, thank you for the toy bone.
It doesn't have to. No
Thank
one
you.
stops.
Hello, hello. No one stops. It's too late to stop.
Popola completely breaks down, initiating a massive magical attack that Emil protects the party from. Popola retaliates, but Emil, not wanting to see his friends die, decides to sacrifice himself. He bids farewell to his friends, saying that once he hated his eyes, and now he hates his body, but now he feels there's something else there instead of hatred. Pride.
Oh, this was really sad too. I remember this part. Even if Emil survived, I'm still really sad. Thanks for the toy bone, Chrono. How was your food?
Popola and Emil are gone, and the next scene where Kaine and NieR are silently grieving over Emil's departure is by far my favourite scene in the game, as it shows Taro and Notori have a deep understanding of the character. NieR is crying, Kaine seems defeated. Not long after, she begins to beat up NieR, pinning him to the wall. The 5 seconds we get here is the indication we get towards Kaine's feeling towards him, as they have now evolved into romantic ones. Kaine has never been able to express her emotions well. A lot of the time she comes off as violent. This physical outburst is a way for Kaine to express her emotions. Even Taro in his interview stated this is the most romantic part of the game. It's a fucking perfect way for us to understand how Kaine's thought process works, and further grounds her as one of my favourite characters. Finally though, the long adventure comes to a close. NieR comes face to face with the Shadow Lord and Yona is now in clear sight. The Shadow Lord is NieR. This NieR. His entire goal was to get the replicant of Yona in order to fuse her Gestalt with it, despite the fact that her Gestalt was relapsing, causing the scroll to appear on the replicant. The Shadow Lord was the very first Gestalt to ever keep his sanity after touching Grimoire Noir. Before this, the Hamelin organization would hand out copies of Noir to survivors, watching them turn into relapsed Gestalts. With the first sentient Gestalt, it was possible to create further
leftovers.
stabilized
We made too
Gestalts,
much of everything.
giving humanity another chance to survive.
Yona's gestalt was put on ice as a thank you for helping the project succeed, promising him that her relapsing would be cured. But after thousands of years, this was obviously a false promise, and the Shadow Lord decided to take matters into his own hands. What he didn't take into account, however, was that his replicant would share his same burning desire to rescue his daughter.
Right.
After beating the Shadow Lord, NieR gets to see his daughter for the first time in 5 years. But...
Dad.
Yona.
I remember this. She doesn't go to him.
Yona's gestalt talks to the Shadow Lord, telling him that she doesn't want someone else's body, and that there's another soul in there with her, wanting to see Replicant NieR, implying that if Gestalt and Replicant were to combine now, there would be more than one soul, as Replicants are now sentient. Gestalt Yona tells her father she loves him, as she releases her soul from the Replicant, dissolving into the sunlight. The Shadow Lord is understandably not best pleased.
Oh, bother. One moment, please.
You okay?
Fine, just fine. Alright, no, I'm not.
As much as it pains me to admit, it's time to say goodbye to our good friend Grimoire Weiss. Being
Weiss
pushed
was
past
such a
his
good
limit, he decides to
character.
give NieR one final chance to finish the Shadow Lord off, before sacrificing himself for the greater good. He mentions forgetting about the proper pronunciation of his name, as he's now grown rather fond of Weiss. After avoiding this hellish bullet hell segment, there's a moment where we see NieR having doubts about what he's about to do. He pauses, shakes his head, reaffirming to himself that what he's doing is right, and ends the Shadow Lord or the original NieR's life.
Oh God, no.
Oh, please, the girl is fine.
Weiss returns to us for a moment as a disembodied voice, though it won't be long before that goes too. He tells NieR to recall his memories of spending time with Yona to bring her back, and after typing in who she loves more than anyone, she wakes up. The reunion is sweet, but Kaine begins to leave. NieR offers for her to stay with them, but Kaine insists she has other shit to take care of. As NieR goes after her, Yona stops him by asking him to look outside with her. This is a scene created by Notori, and Taro was quoted saying it was an amazingly twisted scene, as he wanted a beautiful moment where they look out onto the sky, but Yona chimed in at the worst possible time when Kaine was taking her exit. I mean, Yona's kind of a little shit. It's like, what? But I suppose Yona still has the mentality of a 5-year-old girl.
Gonna get lunch
so
while
it
you
kind
finish up?
makes
Of
sense.
course, have a
You'd
good
also think
lunch,
this is supposed to
Abby.
be a happy ending, right? Well, guess again. By killing the Shadow Lord, it means that all of the stable gestalts will relapse, causing a widespread outbreak of the Black
Right.
Scroll, meaning the end of all replicants and gestalts as we know it. Quite the silly sausage, aren't you?
After this, we get ending A. In a flashback, Gollum and Walking Disease note how it's pretty sunny today, and the Shadow Lord and Yona meet together in what appears to be an afterlife.
Thank you for the hydrate, Petunia.
Oh, that's it? I mean, I guess it's only the first ending. Surely they get better after this, right? Spoilers.
They don't get better. They do? They don't get better. They don't
After
really
ending
get
A,
better. Not
NieR was
really.
lifted pretty high into my favourite games list. You start off the game after Emil rescues Kaine from petrification. There are a number of things new to this segment, but for now I'm going to revisit a story that Sleeping Beauty told us in the Forest of Myth. And since this part of the game is focusing around Kaine, I feel it's a good time to drop it. This is a complete theory on my half, but I feel it makes a lot of sense. Hopefully much better than Kaine being Red-Eye. The story
Thank you,
about
Gunny,
the female
thank
warrior
you.
fending off the Red Eyes, forgetting about her daughter. I personally believe that this story is referencing Kali, Kaine's grandmother. Now that Kaine and Kali we know are replicants, however, as with every replicant, they must have had a human counterpart at some stage. In the drama CD, Kali is one of the main characters for a little while, being a PTSD-suffering warrior who gained a reputation due to being the woman who fought off a huge majority of the legions. This story irks me a little, like how all of the characters in their human form somehow bump into each other like the world's biggest coincidence. This is something I can give a pass to. Another thing, before I move on, is how Kaine was told since she was a little girl that her parents had passed away.
Right.
This is false, as she's actually a program baby created from Kali, Kali's husband, and a combined analysis of Legion's attack patterns. My guess is Kali adopted this girl having forgotten her other daughter. At one stage during the drama CD, a bloody incident with a red eye causes Kaine to go into her offensive form, ripping the red eye open. Another hugely important part of this story is the introduction of a man named Masayoshi Yura, someone who forcibly took over the Hamlin organization. The man was sadistic and prone to fits of anger where he'd beat up or in worst cases kill whoever it was who disobeyed him. He was also noted to be especially harsh to Emil, who was obviously alive back then and was part of a Hamlin organization in the form of a weapon. During an incident where a red eye was located around Carly's mansion, Yura ordered his men to kill the beast, but no surprise, they couldn't. He then forcibly gives Emil a drug which accidentally causes him to go out of control, making Yura flee from the battlefield, becoming a fugitive. Yura changed his name to Tyran and successfully turned into a Gestalt. However, the government discovered his replicant and destroyed it, meaning Tyran will forever be without his original body, causing him to take control of other people's replicants. One of the replicants he half possessed was Kaine after the death of Carly at the hands of Hook. This gives off a little bit of insight as to why Kaine is such a violent, hate-filled individual, as she has to be filled with dark emotions or Tyran will take over at any sign of emotional fragility. By the way, I'd like to add that Tyran is pretty much the Leonard's fairy of NieR.
Basically.
So many terrible little memories, isn't it, Kaine?
I can't fucking stand this edgy motherfucker. After ending A, you can sometimes hear Tyran talking to Kaine, often mocking her or the things she's killing. Tyran's inclusion to this game is necessary and appreciated, however that doesn't mean I have to like him. He acts like a 13-year-old discovering Gaia Online's roleplay forums, and that just ain't fun to listen to. Another thing that the game flips on its head during the hunt for Ending B is the perspective. We've seen the story primarily from NieR's eyes and his frantic one-minded goal to rescue his daughter. Now we get to see the story from the Shade's point of view, which ultimately paints NieR as an unfortunate villain. We get to see the story of Gretel after Hansel's death, getting to know the incomplete Gestalt children and understanding them as equals. We even get to see what Gretel was saying as it encountered us for the second time.
Just wants to protect the children. They're just babies.
But sadly, we know that NieR kills the children and Gretel not being able to protect them and itself. The wolves in Facade even have a more fleshed out story. The wolves' Shade leader, Rock, is bitter about humanity over replicants turning what used to be a forest into a harsh, desolate landscape via unknown means. The Shade seems to believe that replicants in Facade can live besides others, but after soldiers from Facade wiped out a majority of the pack, including youngsters, it causes the Shade to launch a furious counterattack, something we know doesn't end happily for anyone. When the king plunges his spear into the Shade questions what they've done to deserve such a fate. In its final moments, it sees its owner, who he affectionately refers to as his father. The owner must have prioritized his pet's life over his own, thus making the animal into a Gestalt before himself. He asks the creature to think of him now and again, and it's clear from the name, Loyal Cerberus, it still does. You want a dog? But you'll do. The Ares story isn't really expanded. However, knowing about the Shade's real identity gives us a little more insight into the Ares xenophobia. A few theories have been flying around about how the Ares might be the only place NieR visits where the population know about the Shade's real identity. If this theory is true, the villagers obviously split with this news, some of them shunning the idea and others gladly accepting it. Some may willingly be giving up their bodies for the Gestalts to enter, or are trying to coexist with them. The final segment we get is probably the most important as far as short stories go. I'm talking about the story of P33. The story starts off with a Gestalt mother and her child named Khalil being chased into the junk heap by replicants. The mother decides to protect her child, but presumably dies, leaving the child alone. P33 is hostile to begin with, but later warms to the child, showing something similar to empathy, which eventually blossoms into friendship, gaining the nickname BP. Fast forwarding, we see Jacob and Gideon collecting scrap. Gideon rushes off ahead of his brother, the siblings' loud voices and heavy footing dislodging part of the ceiling, causing Jacob's death. BP and Khalil were in the wrong place at the wrong time, Khalil even stating that Jacob's death was terrible and that the two boys seemed nice. Unfortunately, they become the main driving force for Gideon's maniacal revenge against robots. During the final confrontation with BP and Khalil, the moment where BP was smashing the ceiling wasn't to crush us with debris, but to get Khalil out to safety to see the outside world, which they promised each other they would go explore as friends. Khalil passes away before BP, saying how he wishes they were together forever. BP is second to go, but not before dropping us with another painful guilt trip.
BP alone.
BP. Cry.
But turn those frowns upside down, because in the novella from the Drakengard 10th anniversary box, it tells us that BP made it out from the junk heap alive, having lost most of his memory but remembering the words from him, begging him to go and see the outside world.
Aww.
Along his journey, he finds other robots and persuades them to join him on his hunt for the outside world. Eventually, BP and the other robots have become a single assimilated sphere, no longer resembling a human form. The entity formerly known as P-33 escapes the junk heap and sees an unusual sight. Machines, which the BP hive mind note as being an alien race, are fighting a group of what appear to be humans. They aren't human, however, and are based primarily of female-looking soldiers. These are androids. The BP hive mind hack a simple command into every machine unit: let us live. After a while, the fighting ceases. A feeling of brotherhood and solidarity replaces the fighting. The BP hive mind lets out a cry of joy as they exit the stratosphere and see the stars. They finalize it with a song. We are headed even further into the outside world, just as we promised you. We are alive just as you were. We are singing, singing, singing. Will our song reach you? Will our feelings reach you, wherever you are? Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Oh yeah, ending B. I kinda got a little bit sidetracked there. There are a few things here that are different about the Shadow Lord's castle. The first being these mysterious shade orbs that NieR cuts down with no second thoughts. These are fucking Gestalt babies. Jesus Christ. Secondly, we get to see the demise of the King of Facade. This is something that's left up in the air in ending A, but this just stamps on your hopes like a flaming bag filled with shit.
The ending itself isn't really anything special. It's just a little extended version of the moment with the Shadow Lord and Yona in the afterlife, kinda cementing the original NieR's ending in stone a little better than ending A.
Oh yeah, and one more thing.
Emil's head!
Wow, that was crazy.
As many of you are aware, especially been keeping up to date with Automata news, is that Emil made it out okay, albeit a little handicapped. It's worth noting that despite Emil making an appearance as one of the side characters in Automata, he's now well over 15,000 years old in the game's timeline.
Before this, he even has a fight with some aliens.
The novella isn't overly important, so I can sum it up in this quick segment.
Hey, you alright fam? Look at this fucking ball ass twat. Fuck you. What you doing? Fuck off. Oh, fucking hell, he's packing heat. I'm out. Fuck off, cunt.
Finally, we can touch on endings C and D. Both are thankfully connected to each other, as they both revolve around Kaine.
He's
Ending
just
C starts us off
ahead.
from Kaine's departure from NieR and Yona. Tyran begins to go on an edgy baby boy rant about how killing was totally fucking rad. However, he quickly changes his mind, claiming that it now feels empty.
In fact, there's a line he says in a previous room that hints towards his changing nature that just makes my skin crawl.
Hey, sunshine. There's something kinda weird happening in your heart. The hate is gone. The sadness is gone. It's just a bunch of white light now.
Tyran is about to relapse. If he relapses, so will Kaine, causing them both to go berserk. Kaine asks one final request
I didn't
from NieR.
quite understand that.
During the battle, Tyran makes his first vocal appearance to NieR. He states that when the time is right, he'll pin Kaine down so NieR can save her. It'd appear that even Tyran, formerly known as Yura, has also had a change of heart. And when the time does come, NieR is presented with two choices. Kill Kaine and end her suffering, or make her human again, destroying
that's
Tyran
right.
and completely wiping NieR from existence. If you choose to kill Kaine, she dissolves into nothingness. Tyran speaks to NieR in the same manner that Vice did, telling NieR that as a being who has been tormenting Kaine for years, if he tells him that she's free now, he wants NieR to believe him. He also delivers a final message from Kaine.
Thank you.
If you choose to sacrifice yourself in exchange for Kaine's life, well, everything is wiped. Yep, you heard me. Your weapons are wiped, your items are wiped, your save file is wiped. NieR is completely and utterly removed from existence, not even a memory remaining. That is, unless you're a cheeky cunt like me.
Hey, I just ID'd your body. And he's cute. No way. I'm getting hacked.
Oh, porch skin?
No, this is major.
Listen.
Public firewall.
Kaine wakes up and is greeted by Yona.
Yona asks if she was the one who saved her as Kaine looks around an empty room. After touching Yona, she has a brief flash of a man she doesn't know, a memory she shouldn't have. She begins to cry as she says it's almost as if she's found something very special. As a way to finish this
Zoom in,
Goliath of a
enhance.
project, I thought I'd run over Ending E, an ending which was exclusive to a novella. Even before Ending E, there's a segment in
Okay. I understand now. Okay, so Ending E came after Automata came out. Or was it before? But yes, it was a novella first, and then they put it into the game as something playable. Okay, let's just watch this part.
the drama CD, where after the events of the Shadow Lord, Kaine gets attached to a villager who showed affection to her, but he's killed in a shade ambush. Kaine storms into his house where the little sister is mourning over his body. The sound of ripping clothes can be heard and loud banging. Now, one of the more common theories, also keeping in mind how the sister is completely freaked out by this, is how Kaine is fucking the corpse. Moving on to Ending E.
Okay.
In this ending, Kaine reaches the Forest of Myth, hunting for more shades to kill as a way for her to vent her frustrations about feeling like she's lost something precious. However, a lot has changed since our last visit. Power cables have now completely covered the ground floor like tree roots, a strange green sap or oil accompanying them. When Kaine reaches the most strange-looking tree in the forest, the vines materialize in the form of a young man. Kaine cuts off the head of this man, but the vines simply materialize again. The form states its name, which is lost in translation, but it states that the forest is now entering its final transition, the complete reset of the replicant and gestalt program. The entity who I assume to be Sleeping Beauty's final form sends a wave of non-sentient P-33s after Kaine, eventually throwing out a copy of Kaine herself to fight, which is rumoured to be an android. Not long after, Emil coincidentally finds Kaine, now sporting a makeshift body. The two team up together, and in a final blast, they take down the enemy's core. The young man, or Sleeping Beauty, compliments how far replicants have come before it dissolves into a giant puddle along with the forest. Emil protects Kaine from the storm of power cables that are now flying wildly out of the forest's demise, but Kaine eventually reaches an area of blinding light that she thinks is the border between reality and a dream world. She feels something familiar to her in this light and tries to grab it. Whatever it is tells her to stop, but she refuses, exclaiming that she must get this back no matter what the consequences.
It's her memory.
She feels an invisible force pushing her forward, telling her, "I'll leave this guy to you, lingerie woman." I can't say exactly who this is, but I know exactly who I want it to be. She returns to reality, the Forest of Myth being replaced by a techno-organic flower resembling a lunar tear. In the centre is Kaine, holding a young boy in her arms as Emil floats towards them. The trio have finally been reunited after 3 long years. I legitimately hope I helped some of you understand many of the details that the main game left out, and maybe agree or disagree with many of the points I made about Taro's writing or the game in general. I think the biggest compliment to me will be knowing how many people actually went out and bought the game or previous titles, becoming fans of this bizarre series themselves. As to whether or not I think you should play the game, I'm gonna say you absolutely should. If you don't own a console that plays it, then that's understandable, but I think experiencing the game for yourself will make you feel a much stronger connection to it rather than looking at it through my videos. Apparently, if Automata sells like hotcakes, then there's a chance that NieR might get remastered, so you know what to do. The game itself is bland,
and it in
points,
fact
frustrating
did
at
get
points, and overall,
remastered.
a title that's very love and hate in its presentation. The fact that the story is
Hey, welcome
fragmented
back,
over
Abby.
different
What you
games,
have
short
for
stories,
lunch?
and drama CDs is a little bit aggravating, but at the same time, I fully respect the choice to expand the universe beyond the main game itself. Despite all of this, the game is still fucking good. What it doesn't deliver completely in gameplay, it delivers fantastically in its storytelling. As to whether I'm going to look at NieR Automata, of course I am. As soon as I have enough research into what Automata is presenting us with, then I'll hopefully do an analysis. This obviously won't be anytime soon, but I hope you look forward to it regardless. Thank you for joining me on this mammoth of a project. The best thing you can do for me is to share the video around with as many people as you can, and subscribing and clicking the bell would be an obvious help. I've got many more projects lined up, and I hope you're all as excited about NieR Automata as I am. See you all next time. Mwah!
Okay. More people should play the game. We'll even buy it. Leftover sushi from Christmas dinner. Ooh, sushi. That sounds delicious. Anyways, you guys, that was the Drakengard 1, 3, and NieR analysis from Clemps. Been streaming for about 4 hours now. I think we're gonna call it a day. I'm gonna save Automata for another day. In the meantime, I will be using the link that Abby sent, and if you guys are curious, this is the link here. Let me just post it for everyone if you are curious. I will be using this and the resources here to catch up on the lore and like the world building of Drakengard and NieR. And seeing if I can find like the novellas and probably like the drama CDs. It sounds like there's a lot of things. But yeah, so with that said, let me just move over to this one. Of course, I had so much fun, son. Thank you so much for coming. And I'm glad you were able to make it. I know you were kind of sad that you were unable to make it to the other streams. Thanks for the stream, boss lady. Of course, Abby. Thank you so much for spending time with me. And I'm glad that you're able to not work today. All right, you guys. Who is on right now? Who can we, you know, send you guys off to and say hello? We have Toothpicks playing Chrono Trigger, so another JRPG that maybe eventually I'll play. Action! Thank you so much for stopping by. Mayuka-san is streaming. She's streaming some retro right now. Nando is streaming some Star Wars. Drythe is streaming some Stardew Valley. It's been a while since we've seen Mayuko, actually. Good call, son. Let me just see here. What retro game is she playing? Just so you guys know, this is a Japanese streamer. She speaks mainly Japanese, but has like a little bit of English. Chrono Trigger is actually a good JRPG. I, you know, have heard that. And, you know, so eventually I do want to play it, but we'll see. I don't actually own it, so I would have to, you know, go buy it. But I have a lot of games I still need to purchase. Ooh, Mayuko just started. It looks like she's going to be playing Persona 3. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so it looks like Persona 3, let's go see her. It's been a while. If you guys want to join us on the raid and you have a subscription, go ahead and copy this raid message. If you do not have a raid subscription, you can copy this raid message and we'll go over and say hello. You know, either one works. Thank you, Gunny, for testing out the raid message. Do make sure that if you, you know, don't have a sub, you copy the correct one, just because it won't show up as any emotes if you don't have a subscription. But the cutouts of the dog heads, everyone can use because they are global Twitch emotes, okay? I'm gonna start this raid over to Mayuko-san. Let me say some thank yous. Thank you to Dirt9AP for the follow. Abaddon, thank you for the resubscribe. 9 months. Tiny, thank you for the resubscribe. 8 months. Abby, thank you for gifting a sub to Sun. You are so, so sweet, Abby. Thank you very much. I'm certain that Sun is very grateful. Illy, thank you for the raid. I hope you are sleeping well, drifting off to bed as we speak, or already off in dreamland. Zaga, thank you for the follow. Valencian, thank you for the follow. And thank you guys for, you know, hanging out with me, chatting, lurking. I appreciate all of it, as you guys know. Every little bit, I think, helps when, you know, you're a small baby streamer. And I appreciate you guys very, very much. As always, please be happy, please be healthy, but most of all, please be kind. Be kind to others, because you never know what a smile, hug, or hello can do for someone who's having a bad day. And be kind to yourselves. Make sure you're staying hydrated, make sure you are getting up, stretching every once in a while, and, you know, just overall taking care of yourselves, because I would be very sad if you weren't. You know, embolisms are a thing. I wouldn't want you to die from that or deep vein thrombosis. So yeah. I love you, my puppies. I'll see you all later. Goodbye, bye, 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 bye.